Good morning. Welcome to the Labor, HHS, and Education Appropriations Subcommittee. Today's oversight hearing will focus on the Office of Refugee Resettlement's Unaccompanied Children Program and its reliance on influx facilities that do not adhere to state or federal standards of care for children. We have multiple panels today, and I want to thank each of our witnesses for being here. We are starting this morning with testimony from several of our congressional colleagues. After hearing from our colleagues, we will proceed to a panel of senior officials from the Department of Health and Human Services who are responsible for administering the Unaccompanied Children Program. And finally, we will proceed to a panel of civil society experts with direct experience in child welfare and refugee services. I will hold my opening remarks until the next panel, and my colleague, Congressman Cole, will hold his opening remarks for the second panel. First, I would like to introduce Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee and chair of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee. I would also like to introduce Congressman Michael Burgess of Texas, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as the Rules Committee. Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, your full testimony will be entered into the record. You are recognized for 5 minutes, and then Congressman Burgess, again, your testimony will be in the record and you will be recognized for 5 minutes. Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank both you and the ranking member for giving us an opportunity this morning to share a little bit about our experiences. In my case, for the opportunity to testify today about my experience at the Homestead Detention Center in Homestead, Florida. I appreciated the opportunity to accompany members of this subcommittee during a trip to the facility last week in my South Florida backyard. I've visited or attempted to visit this facility 4 times now. I've only been allowed in twice. I know the chairwoman submitted a request to the Office of Refugee Resettlement a week in advance of our visit. Most recently, this was all the time ORR needed to present a prefabricated tour that painted the rosiest picture possible. The red carpet was clearly rolled out for us. We were accompanied by the director of ORR, who is testifying today, and the Deputy Assistant Secretary of HHS for Financial Resources. The private contractor who operates this facility ushered us from one orchestrated stop to the next. It was tightly regimented. Our interactions with the detained children were limited. An employee always stood very close by. We were given greater access to 4 student council leaders who were chosen by the contractor. A posted bulletin board had timelines dealing when staff would notify ICE about kids approaching their 18th birthday. These children had to be transferred out of Homestead and ORR care, and we were told these young adults are arrested by ICE, handcuffed, and sent to an ICE adult prison. Children often dread this date. Many become suicidal as the date nears. I came away with far more questions than answers, and I believe many of you feel the same way. The most common answer to our specific questions was, "We will get back to you." I will briefly mention a few of my biggest concerns. We learned extremely troubling information about the education program there. The private company running the facility performs an academic assessment, one the company made up themselves. We have no idea what standards they use, and children are not taught by certified teachers, or frequently even by people with any teaching experience. A second concern involves ORR's hurricane preparedness plan. We pressed the agency to share its plan to safeguard these children during a hurricane. ORR offered a briefing, but refused to share any written details. We're in the middle of hurricane season in Florida, and many of the structures there at the Homestead facility are tents. In order to ensure the safety of these children, there must be detailed and transparent evacuation and relocation plans. Comprehensive Health Services will not even share the plan with the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Finally, while it was good to learn that ORR has recently transitioned more than 1,000 children out of Homestead, they achieved this massive downsize in just 2 weeks. I've been calling for ORR to process children more quickly out of this prison-like facility since the last Congress. This rapid downsizing raises concerning questions. Why now? Why has ORR not expeditiously processed these children long before now? In January, HHS announced that it was expanding Homestead from 1,350 beds to 2,350 beds after it claimed that ORR's capacity was being overloaded. Then HHS expanded the facility again in April from 2,350 to 3,200. How can the agency reduce its numbers so quickly now, and where do these children go? How did ORR achieve this with such a limited case management capacity? I've heard from advocate groups back home that children have likely been shuffled to non-secure ORR facilities and not to sponsor households, but this remains unclear. Additionally, I've been frustrated by ORR and DHS's unwillingness to provide information on removal actions towards sponsors and potential sponsors. I worked with our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee to include language in the FY19 appropriations package that prohibits DHS from initiating deportation proceedings against sponsors, potential sponsors, or a member of a sponsor household based on information shared by HHS. This language was included to expedite the processing of unaccompanied minors out of this prison-like facility and into nurturing sponsor households. It is unclear if the administration has complied with this language because it has not provided information on the deportation of sponsors. You can probably sense a theme running through my concerns: an absolute lack of transparency. It is my hope that this subcommittee will get solid, substantive answers from HHS and ORR today. I commit to keep working with you to hold this administration accountable. That is why I introduced the Homestead Act of 2019 this past Monday. The bill would allow members of Congress to visit HHS or DHS detention facilities without any prior notice. Congress must assert its duty to conduct oversight of this administration and ensure that children are treated with dignity and humanity. ORR recently announced that it will suspend sending children to Homestead, but we need to shut down this temporary prison-like facility, one that is unlicensed by the state of Florida and does not abide by state child welfare standards. When I look into the eyes of these children, I could not help but see my own children looking back at me. I shudder at the idea of my child or anyone's child living the way these poor children do. We just cannot turn our back on them. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Congressman Burgess.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman, and thanks to the ranking member for having this hearing and allowing me to testify today. And I am grateful that the Congress has recognized that we are facing a humanitarian crisis on our southern border. The unprecedented surge in the number of unaccompanied children and family units crossing our southern border this year has stressed a system never designed to handle the current volume. In May, over 144,000 people crossed our southern border, the highest number since the crisis began in 2014. Over 11,000 of these individuals were unaccompanied alien children. These children endure terrible conditions to travel across the desert. Sometimes they ride on top of a train to reach our southern border. They deal with cartels, they deal with coyotes, they deal with gangs, they deal with human traffickers. When they arrive and they are determined to be an unaccompanied alien child, they are transferred to the care and custody of the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement. Secretary Azar, Jonathan Hayes, the acting director of ORR, and their teams are doing a good job under trying circumstances for these children with limited resources and sometimes gross mischaracterizations of individuals. With a surge in arrivals, Department of Health and Human Services does not have sufficient time to establish permanent licensed shelter beds. So the Department of Health and Human Services must care for these children as they arrive in the hundreds every day. Influx facilities like Homestead allow the Department of HHS to care for some children and those who are expected to be placed with a sponsor quickly for a shorter period of time. I visited Homestead with several Democratic members of Congress. The conditions I found, the conditions I saw were comfortable and age-appropriate. Children were provided 3 meals a day plus snacks. They were given new clothing, education, medical care, mental health screenings and mental health care, outdoor time, and pizza parties. When I heard the comments from other members of Congress at their press conference after this tour, I couldn't help but wonder if we had visited facilities on different planets. The wording was so different. This crisis is receiving heightened attention and has caused some members of Congress to be highly accusatory. Sometimes they do so without visiting the shelters or speaking with the individuals about which they are making the accusations. This exaggeration is inaccurate, unfair, and inappropriate, and it is only making the job of caring for these children more difficult. Members of Congress cannot make such accusations and then demand immediate and unannounced access to the facilities. Look, just recently we provided some needed relief in a border supplemental bill But even that legislation was called a child abuser bill. So let's be very clear. The Office of Refugee Resettlement is doing the job that Congress has asked it to do, and they do not deserve the unfounded accusations that are being leveled against them. While the Office of Refugee Resettlement takes good care of children to which they are referred, many remain with Customs and Border Protection facilities for too long. The United States Customs and Border Protection facility are not set up to house children. Placing a child in an Office of Refugee Resettlement operated influx shelter is far preferable to leaving a child for an extended period of time at an overcrowded and ill-equipped Customs and Border Protection facility. Everyone has an interest in moving these children out of the custody of Homeland Security agencies and into HHS care as quickly as possible. State licensed and small facilities are the most ideal situation prior to family placement. But when HHS does not have the capacity to accommodate the thousands of minors arriving in these small-scale facilities, it is preferable to move them into an influx facility and out of Customs and Border Protection. At least this way they can access medical and legal services and have access to child-appropriate activities and education rather than having them back up at overcrowded, resource-constrained Border Patrol stations. I also want to note that the Homeland facility was first opened and operated as a facility in the previous administration. Many of the services have been provided since the previous administration. I do not recall the cries of protest during the previous administration. And just in my last moments, I do want to let the committee know I've prepared a timeline of all of the different visits I have made over the last 5 years. There are in excess of 10 of those to ORR and Customs and Border Protection facilities. This is not an issue that I take lightly. But I also want to stress that our words matter, and we have men and women who are on the ground doing a very difficult job that Congress has asked them to do, and Congress will not change the law, so the expectation is the job is going to continue to be difficult. I want to submit to the record a letter from Jonathan Hayes written to another committee because of the false accusations that were leveled against the men and women of his department. It makes it very difficult for them to do their job when they are accused in an unfounded way by members of Congress. I thank you for the time. I'll yield back.
Very much for coming forward this morning and your remarks.
May
Thank
I
you.
ask unanimous consent to have these
Unanimous
placed on
consent
the
so
record?
ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can ask Congresswoman Shalala and Congressman Higgins to take their seats. Morning. Let me welcome my colleagues here this morning, and let me introduce Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, who is a member of the Homeland Security Committee, as well as the Committee on Oversight and Reform. And also to introduce Congresswoman Donna Shalala of Florida, a member of the Education and Labor Committee, as well as the Rules Committee. Congresswoman Shalala served as the Secretary of Health and Human Services under President Clinton. And to both of my colleagues, your full written testimony will be entered into the record, and you are recognized for 5 minutes. Representative Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We very much appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I was advised that we should share our personal experiences regarding the children that are being processed at our southern border and the means by which this is happening. This is costing a tremendous amount of American treasure. You men and women are responsible for the effective and efficient management of the treasure that we seize. Therefore, it's appropriate that this is reviewed. But I believe it's important that we note, as patriots all, regardless of our political affiliation, we're moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas, and we have a compassionate approach to how we care for the children of the world, regardless of where they are or how they arrived here. Yet we have a mission to maintain the sovereignty of our nation and to stay within the parameters established by our Constitution. My experience with children that have been through trauma in some manner in life is quite a unique perspective, because I was a night shift cop for 8 years during the course of my 12 years as a police officer. And at night, it's when things go wrong. Mom's home, dad's home, hard day, money problems, frequently alcohol involved, sometimes drugs. Things go wrong in households right here in America, from sea to shining sea, and night shift cops witness this firsthand. I have a nickname in Louisiana, referred to commonly as Uncle Clay. This manifested over the course of many years from interacting with children on night shift that had perhaps never had a positive interaction with a police officer. I made it a habit to take a knee with those kids once order had been restored, and I'd ask them, "Do you know who I am?" They would be rather bewildered looking and say, "No," or "You're the popo." And I'd say, "I want you to think of me as Uncle Clay. We're going to take Daddy away for a little while. We're going to treat him good, and when we bring him back, things are going to be better. And we'll always be here for you." Through the years, this grew. So I went to the border. I've been to the border before. I have brothers and sisters of the Thin Blue Line report to me regularly from the border. Send me texts and emails and videos. I went to the border this last weekend specifically to look at how kids were handled. What I witnessed, if our endeavor is to provide compassionate law enforcement under virtually impossible circumstances, then the American men and women of law enforcement on our southern border have set a stunning example for the world to observe. With depleted resources and overburdened infrastructures operating at 200, 300, 400% capacity, these men and women, primarily of Hispanic descent, Hispanic origin, virtually all, mostly mothers, fathers, grandmas, and grandmas themselves, they've done their best. We visited a series of sort of the chronological process by which a child is picked up in the field and processed through in a matter of a couple of days through facilities, one of which has been stood up in the last few months, an 800,000 square foot facility, the Donna facility in McAllen, Texas, strictly for processing incoming family units. Of course, it includes children, handled very effectively, incredibly compassionately. After a life of who knows what horror these family units or children have fled from, they've arrived in American soil, and they're treated well and processed efficiently. They end up in HHS, ORR, Office of Refugee Resettlement. A facility I observed had a 6-to-1 ratio of professional professional social staff that included medical supervision, et cetera. I noticed that the building was unsecured to an extent regarding exit. And I asked these professionals, what stops these kids from leaving? They said they enjoy the structure. First time in their life, perhaps, they've had some structured environment where they're treated well, fed regularly, have personal hygiene, et cetera. They had 54 kids in the 60 capacity unit. Their average time there was 32 days, and then they were moved to a home, a family home. So, in summary, my fellow child of God, and Republicans and Democrats both, we're all doing our best to deal with this situation. I believe the money, which is your question perhaps, the money that's being invested is being invested quite wisely in the care of children at the border. We have broken the ice as a bipartisan, bicameral Congress regarding funding for the law enforcement professionals and HHS professionals on the border. We should continue to do so and keep in mind that these men and women are doing their very best to maintain the sovereignty of our nation, while at the same time their commitment as a compassionate and principled American citizen. Thank you for allowing me to address your committee today.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Shalala.
Sure, the safety of our children. I say our children because those who are in HHS's care are our collective responsibility. On the wall of the HHS building, which is named for Hubert Humphrey, is a quote from Humphrey. "The moral test of government is how that government treats those in the dawn of life, the children. We are judged first and foremost by how we treat our children, and we have a moral obligation to treat these children as we would treat our own." As someone who has inspected the ORR facility in my district's backyard, the Homestead facility, as someone who was responsible at one time for ORR, I can confidently say very simply that we're not doing good enough. We must do better. The children housed at the Homestead facility are between the ages of 13 and 17. Despite their youth, they have already faced unfathomable hardship, including poverty and violence in their home countries, and the journey they have made to our country. I've seen the prison-like conditions in which they are kept. They're closely monitored, unable to leave the compound, kept in military camp-like rooms, one of them with up to 150 children per room, and barred from even hugging their friends and siblings. Some of these children have been forcibly separated from their parents or other relatives or younger siblings without explanation. And what's more, the Homestead facility is for-profit. Caliburn has received a no-bid $300 million contract extension. We are letting a private company make money off of running a detention center for children. We've got to do better. In June, the Washington Post reported that the administration is canceling English classes, recreation programs, and legal aid for unaccompanied minors in their custody. These are basic services that the administration is legally obligated to provide unaccompanied children who are detained in these facilities. So how does the administration get around this? Back to the example of Homestead, which is classified as an emergency influx shelter. That means that the children are not protected by the Flores Agreement, which sets limits on how long children can be detained and sets strict standards for conditions in which they can be detained. Because it is located on federal land, this facility is not covered by state regulations on the treatment of children. These are loopholes that leaves these unaccompanied children vulnerable to the incalculable harms that are preventable. These children are on their own in every unimaginable way. So I thank the chairwoman supporting my amendment to Labor HHS that increases funding for legal services, child advocates, and post-release services. Its passage was a good first step, but again, we've got to do better because these policies are impacting unaccompanied children, and they are impacting children in my community that live near Homestead. Recently, nearly 1,000 public school children in Miami-Dade took part in a letter-writing campaign to the migrant children being detained at Homestead, offering words of hope, love, and solace. My local news station aired a story on the letters. 13-year-old Matthias explained, "It's not fair, because if I am an immigrant and I feel accepted, how come other people are being mistreated, held against their will? So I felt like it's time for change, so I decided to write my letters." 14-year-old Christian said, "I'm an immigrant as well, and I could understand how it would feel to lose your family. That's something tough to go through. I get that, so I just want to help them." Miami-Dade County, where Homestead is located, is 53% foreign-born, many of them children. So this is affecting my community, both inside and outside the detention center's walls. A Miami-Dade public schools counselor warned, "I don't yet believe we realize the scope of the problem that has been created by detaining these children. I do believe that our students become more aware of what is happening at Homestead, and there's a fear factor being played out for our students who do live in the community. It'll be years before we know the full mental health impact of these policies on our children. So this hearing has never been more urgent. To close, I implore this committee to ask a straightforward question to our colleagues at HHS. What resources are needed to get these children to their sponsors faster? We've got to focus on the outcomes. These children should be in their sponsors' homes in 2 weeks or a little more, and the sponsors must feel safe to come forward. If ORR can't get these children to sponsors within a fair, compassionate timeline, they need to tell us why, but more importantly, they need to tell us precisely what resources they need. Thank you very much.
Thank to both of my colleagues for your testimony and for your concern about what is a very serious issue. Thank you very much. And let
I'd like to ask if it's appropriate, unanimous consent to enter into the record some photographs along with my transcribed testimony.
so ordered. Second panel, come forward. I will. Happy to welcome here this morning the Director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, Director Jonathan Hayes, and the Assistant Secretary for Administration for Children and Families, both from the Department of Health and Human Services, Assistant Secretary Lynn Johnson. Thank you very, very much for being here this morning, and welcome to you. To start today's hearing, I would first like to describe what has put us into this crisis. The surge of unaccompanied children at our border is nothing new. It occurred as well in 2014 and in 2016. Without doubt, we have seen the increases this year that have worsened the situation. Make no mistake, however, that it is administration policies that have brought us to the brink, a crisis created by failed administration policies. In 2017 and 2018, the administration initiated a zero-tolerance policy, which as a result separated children from parents, adding to the numbers of unaccompanied children. The Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Homeland Security initiated a memorandum of agreement using children as bait and scaring sponsors from coming forward by rendering HHS as an immigration enforcement tool. How has the administration done this? Most chillingly, the administration introduced new bureaucratic delays and onerous fingerprinting requirements on sponsors. They began fingerprinting all members of the household beyond those individuals applying to be sponsored, thereby discouraging sponsors from coming forward, leaving children languishing in federal custody. These failed policies strained the capacity of the network of HHS's state-licensed residential shelters for children and led to the opening of emergency influx facilities like Homestead and Tornillo. Influx facilities are unlicensed shelters, essentially warehouses for children. They are not bound by state or federal standards of care. As the Appropriations Subcommittee, which funds the Department of Health and Human Services, we have been talking about these intentional and harmful policy choices. We hosted a hearing on the UAC program earlier in 2019. We hosted a bipartisan private briefing with the Office of the Inspector General at HHS. And just last week, we visited the influx facility in Homestead, Florida. Let me say that I was sorry that Ranking Member Cole could not attend because of a prior commitment, as I know he wanted to be there. But we extended the invite to our friends on the other side of the aisle. On our visit, we confirmed that the federal government is using federal property to skirt federal standards of care. Why are federal facilities exempt? The guiding principle of U.S. and international law concerning these children must be the best interest of the child. Both the Flores Agreement and international law say that we should be keeping children for the shortest time and in the least restrictive setting possible. Visiting Homestead, we saw children under guard. Children have no freedom of movement. They are always, wherever they go, accompanied by a guide. They wear lanyards with barcodes. The bedrooms have no doors. The bathrooms have no doors, only shower curtain liners. Visiting Homestead, we learned that they had only 4 physicians, no psychiatrists, and only 5 certified teachers. We saw the education facility, which is not conducive to learning. The sound of a typical South Florida rainstorm pouring down on this tent was deafening. The din, the noise was so loud that the congressional delegation was taken to another room to be able to have a quiet conversation. Not an atmosphere which is conducive to learning. Classrooms are structured. Children are silent. The teacher teaches, and children learn. That is not what is happening at Homestead. What we also discovered was that the education curriculum and the placement are not designed by the Florida Department of Education in conjunction with the Florida Department of Education or the Miami-Dade Department of Education, but by the contractor who deals with the tools for education. We were told by some children that they have been there 44 days, 56 days, 60 days, when in fact they have family members in the United States. And yet, we learned that over 1,000 children were moved to placement with a sponsor in a 2-week period. Let's be clear, this was not a matter of resources. This was a policy decision by ORR. It made us ask, if we could move these children this quickly, why were we not moving them all along? Why did we have chaos at the border and children not being able to be moved in the appropriate period of time? And we found that children are continuing to be separated from family members, aunts, uncles, grandparents, who are their primary caregivers. This is what we heard. That must end, and I am working on legislation to address this. We still do not know the level of information that is being communicated between the Departments of Health and Human Services and Department of Homeland Security and ICE. We need to be sure that it is not putting the youngsters in jeopardy nor their families. This is a concern for sponsors who may not be willing to come forward if they are threatened with deportation. We were shocked to see a checklist outlining the notification process to ICE when a child is just days away from turning 18 years old. The Office of Refugee Resettlement is not an immigration enforcement agency. They should not be mailing ICE 2 weeks out, 1 week out, 24 hours out of a child turning 18, and the child is picked up on their birthday. And I don't make this up. One of the folks providing us with the tour literally lifted up her hands and she said, they're taken out handcuffed. Handcuffed. And where are they going? What has become of these children? Which we need to know. The mission of the Office of Refugee Resettlement is to provide care and the expeditious placement for children with sponsors. That is what we are trying to do. That is our job. That is the agency's job. And yet, HHS is clearly not on the same page. They have so obfuscated the goal of this agency that I believe they have lost sight of their goal and their mission. Secretary Johnson, in my office, you said you wanted to create a, quote, business model. That is not correct. Nowhere in the mission statement of ORR does it say we should be building the capacity of detaining children for either short periods of time or longer periods of time. So let me say with the utmost and resolute clarity, we are not going to be setting up an indefinite detention empire. Instead, we must be taking the necessary steps to care for children in the least restrictive possible setting and place them in a safe setting with a family member or sponsor as expeditiously as possible. To do so, we must be responsibly closing down Homestead and all influx facilities. We need clarity on Carrizo Springs, and I am not interested in us starting up an influx facility at Fort Sill. Rather than focusing on beds and more beds, which the administration continues to do, we need to be moving to a system that does not require unlicensed influx facilities, and we need to be discharging kids to a safe setting. Second, we must end the memorandum of agreement between the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Homeland Security, which is a deterrent to people who would otherwise be willing to come forward as sponsors. Let me quote an ORR grantee who says, "We are," and again it's a quote, "using children as bait for immigration enforcement. It is alarming and cruel, and under no circumstances is it justified." That is the MOA, and it needs to be terminated immediately. And third, we need to be prioritizing a safe discharge process as opposed to simply expanding detention capacity. That should be our main goal, as it is the stated mission of ORR. The administration is now telling us that they want to create the capacity to detain 20,000 children, up from the current capacity of 12,000. Where did that number come from? The peak has been 15,000 children, which occurred last December. And instead of simply creating an unlicensed detention complex, we need detailed plans about a discharge process that gets children in and out of ORR's care as quickly and as safely as possible. To close, let me say that Congress has a legal and a moral responsibility to conduct oversight of the UAC program and to ensure that children are being taken care of. Our visit raised more questions than it provided answers and reminded us that our responsibility did not end with the emergency supplemental. It began anew. In fact, given the Trump administration history on this issue, our responsibility as elected officials and as people is heightened. We cannot allow systematic government-sanctioned child abuse on our watch. Now I would like to introduce my colleague from the state of Oklahoma, the ranking member of the committee, Representative Tom Cole, for any opening remarks that he would like to make.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to begin by thanking you for this hearing. I think it's a very important hearing and timely, and you've been engaged in this issue from its emergence, and I think you're to be commended for that. Before I begin, I want to remind everyone watching of the history of the program we're talking about today and the ongoing challenges regarding its implementation. Responsibility for the care of unaccompanied children is relatively new. The duty came to HHS as part of the Homeland Security Act of 2002. Federal law requires the Department of Homeland Security to transfer to HHS any unauthorized minor not accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. This legal requirement means that when Customs and Border Protection or Immigration and Customs Enforcement apprehend a minor with an uncle, an aunt, grandfather, grandmother, or older brother or sister, the law defines that minor as unaccompanied and requires the transfer of that child to HHS. I understand there are many who believe these children should remain with the adult relative they are traveling with. However, that's not the law of the United States, and that's not within the purview of HHS to change. That is within the purview of Congress to change if we chose to do that. HHS and the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which oversees the Unaccompanied Alien Children Program, does not separate children from their parents. Let me repeat that. HHS does not separate children from their parents and has not done so in the past. HHS is only responsible for the care of children who are unaccompanied, and this is a statutory responsibility given to them by Congress. I think it's obvious to everyone here that there are significant disagreements between the President and the House majority on matters pertaining to immigration policy. And I know my Democratic colleagues are concerned about the administration's action in this area. But disagreements over the interpretation or implementation of immigration policy fall squarely under the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security. These policy discussions, frankly, are outside our jurisdiction as a subcommittee. Fiscal pressures associated with large numbers of immigrants at the southern border is not, as my friend the chairman pointed out, a new phenomenon. In 2014, President Barack Obama requested a supplemental appropriation to address the urgent humanitarian situation on the southwest border. House Republicans, then in the majority, voted on a bill to address President Obama's request in 24 days. The majority waited roughly twice as long to give a vote to the request for humanitarian assistance by the Trump administration. Frankly, in my view, that delay compounded, that delay by Congress compounded the crisis at the border and made things worse, not better. In 2014, the year of President Obama's supplemental appropriation request, HHS cared for over 57,000 unaccompanied minors, an unprecedented number. By all accounts, in 2019, the number of unaccompanied minors cared for by the Trump administration will likely exceed 60,000, more children than in any prior year on record. This administration inherited a humanitarian crisis on the southern border, one that has only worsened in recent years. The Congress recently approved a supplemental funding bill to help alleviate the problem. In the bill included numerous oversights, many based off provisions of the fiscal year 2020 House bill. The bill was by no means a blank check. The funds are welcomed and critically needed, but securing additional beds won't happen overnight. The unprecedented surge in the number of unaccompanied children and families crossing our southern border this year has stressed a system never designed to handle the current volume of children. HHS cannot move minors into beds they don't have. In the meantime, HHS must continue to care for these children as they arrive in the hundreds daily. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency facilities are not set up to house children. Everyone has an interest in moving these children out of Customs and Border Control custody and into HHS custody as quickly as possible. And everyone agrees that state-licensed and small facilities are the most ideal situation. But when HHS does not have the capacity to accommodate the thousands of minors arriving in these small-scale facilities, it's preferable to move them into influx facilities, where they can at least get medical attention, services targeted toward youth, and have access to child-appropriate activities rather than having them back up at overcrowded, resource-constrained border patrol stations. I know that my friends at HHS are doing the best they can to bring all facilities up to standards as quickly as possible. And I want to commend them for the difficult work they're performing and note that many of the same challenges were faced by a prior administration. Frankly, HHS has had some successes it doesn't get a lot of credit for. Somehow in the testimony we heard earlier today, my colleagues missed the fact that Homestead was actually initially used by the Obama administration and that the current provider was chosen initially by the Obama administration. And frankly, the average stay there now, as I understand it, is about 42 to 44 days. We'd like it to be quicker, but that compares to about 90 during the Obama administration. So again, this is a problem that all of us have had to wrestle with before. I remember very well because I was chairman of this committee in 2014. I remember working with Secretary Burwell at the time on the challenges she had, and Fortsville was once again being used as a facility. I want to thank the chairman here. I want to interrupt my testimony and thank the chairman for inviting me to go to Homestead. And I can assure her, and I know she knows this is true, I would have gone had I not had the commitment. I would have really gone. I've seen these facilities before, but to be fair, most of them were in 2014. Got scheduled trips coming up to some facilities so I can be up to speed. But from what I can tell in the testimony of the people I talked to, I don't find the conditions dramatically different in 2019 than they were in 2014. I find the crisis eerily similar, and the strained resources all too familiar that we've put HHS and ORR in a situation to deal with. So again, I want to thank the chairwoman for having this hearing. It's an important hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for being here. I'm looking forward to your testimony. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. And I would like to recognize the Chair of the Appropriations Committee, Congresswoman Nita Lowey.
And I want to thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Cole, for holding this hearing, and I want to thank the witnesses in each of the panels for joining us today. Last week, I, along with Chair DeLauro and several of my colleagues, toured the Homestead Influx facility in Florida. We saw firsthand the results of the Trump administration's policies, which directly led to backlogs and the use of massive for-profit influx facilities like Homestead instead of children being with their families. I'm very concerned that companies operating under no-bid contracts and making profits by holding children for months on end to the detriment of those children and American taxpayers. Children belong with families and loved ones, and facilities like Homestead must be the absolute last resort. Unfortunately, for too many children, prospective sponsors who would care for them in loving homes are faced with a terrible choice: leaving these children in custody or identifying themselves as viable sponsors at the risk of themselves, their family, and their neighbors. Given the administration's goal of stoking fear in immigrant communities, no one is surprised that many sponsors are too frightened to come forward, even with policies this committee has passed to ensure that ICE cannot use data from or for deportation. In fact, before I go on, I want to say that was not clear to me, and perhaps you can elaborate on it, as to whether that information that this facility, Homestead, had was kept privately within that facility or shared with ICE. We seem to get conflicting information, and I think it's very important that we understand that. And this is what happens when an administration at every turn seeks to divide the country and play to its political base at all costs. The purpose of today's hearing is to discuss the distinct needs of these children and ensure the federal government is abiding by our laws and our values. Ensuring that children receive the proper care includes meeting physical needs like clothing, bathing, nutrition, health screenings, and education. It also means that we treat vulnerable children and families fleeing the war and violence with decency, dignity, and respect. Upholding these responsibilities is a tall order, especially with this administration. The lives and well-being of thousands upon thousands of children depend, frankly, on your agency fulfilling its responsibility. I look forward to our discussion today, and I thank you.
Thank the gentlelady, and Assistant Secretary Johnson, your full written testimony will be entered into the hearing record, and you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Cole, and members of this committee. It is my honor to appear on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services. My name is Lynn Johnson. I am the Assistant Secretary of the Administration for Children and Families, and I want to start off by thanking this committee, your staff, for all of your work in passing the recent emergency supplemental appropriation for humanitarian needs. Before joining this administration, I served as the Executive Director of Jefferson County Human Services in Colorado, overseeing Head Start, workforce programs, career and family services, child welfare, justice services, and community assistance, which included Medicaid. Prior to this position, I ran my own consulting firm, served as the Chief of Staff to Colorado Lieutenant Governor Jane Norton and Policy Advisor to Governor Bill Owens. Before joining the Owens administration, I served with the U.S. courts as a probation and parole officer. I carried a specialized caseload of sex offenders and offenders with mental health issues. ACF administers the Unaccompanied Alien Children Program, which is managed by the Office of Refugee Resettlement. ACF and ORR are not immigration enforcement agencies. We do not set or implement the nation's immigration enforcement policies, nor do we incarcerate children. ORR provider facilities are not prisons. Our program is a child welfare agency with a national scope. Let me say that again. We are a child welfare agency focused on providing care and services to an especially vulnerable population. We are obligated under federal law to accept custody and provide care to any child who another federal agency determines is unaccompanied. As Assistant Secretary, I have made it a priority to help ensure that ORR fulfills its responsibility to deliver care while working to discharge children to suitable sponsors as quickly and safely as we can. We know families provide the best care and structure for children, not the federal government. ORR-run facilities, whether licensed or unlicensed, large or small, are always better equipped to serve children than any Border Patrol facility. Therefore, we have made it a priority to obtain as much capacity as possible to help ensure that children are transferred to an ORR care provider facility as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the process for obtaining state-licensed bed capacity is time-consuming. The state licensing process can take anywhere from 6 to 9 months. Care providers also must hire sufficient staff, meet required supervision ratios under state and federal laws, conduct background checks on staff. Staff must attend a variety of pre-employment training, including trauma-informed care, program-specific trainings, and trainings related to the duties of mandatory reporting. And these are just a few examples of the issues that can add to or complicate the timeframe of bringing these permanent beds on site, but it is our priority. Of course, the federal government cannot force nonprofit agencies to become ORR care providers, and we are facing increasing difficulty in attracting new grantees in the current environment. Some of our shelters face near constant protests, and we are under a constant barrage of counterproductive rhetoric. This includes gross factual misstatements by some politicians, for example, comparing ORR facilities to concentration camps, which are then repeated in the media, and then that also scares our children we serve. I am very concerned that such factual misstatements will ultimately hurt our ability to deliver care. We cannot expect qualified applicants to go through the grant process if success means facing endless political attacks. Many of our grantee staff are counselors or social workers, and their mission is strictly to care for children. In our shelters, both permanent and influx, children receive a wide array of services, and you heard this from others before. They are staying in their own beds, 3 hot meals a day, snacks, showers, medical and dental care, education, recreation, legal services, and they have asked for more pizza parties and more soccer balls, and we have provided that. Just like you, I would prefer small, permanent shelters, but I also prefer influx shelters over Border Patrol facilities. My goal and that of our team is for ORR to succeed in providing the very best model of care for children without significant reliance on influx facilities, not just during my tenure as Assistant Secretary, but into the future, regardless of who is in the White House and regardless of who controls Congress. It's time not to have these crises. It's time to manage this effectively. That being said, I am proud of ORR's UAC program and my staff, and I am thankful for the hard work and diligence of our care providers. I am equally proud to report that right now there are no children pending placement over 24 hours in our Border Patrol facilities, and despite all of our changes in our testimony, ORR does plan to have enough permanent licensed facilities that we will not need to use influx as of 2020, at the end of 2020. Thank you again, Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Cole, because your hard work has helped us make these changes, and I look forward to continuing them into the future and answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Director Hayes, your full testimony will be entered into the hearing record. You are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement. Thank you.
Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee, it is my honor to appear before you on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services. My name is Jonathan Hayes, and as the Director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, I manage the Unaccompanied Alien Children Program. I became the permanent director earlier this year, and it is a privilege to serve in this role. I am continually impressed with the level of commitment and professionalism that I see in the ORR career staff and our grantees on a daily basis, who carry out round-the-clock operations in service of some of the world's most vulnerable children. I have visited nearly 50 UAC care providers across the United States over the last year so that I can see firsthand the quality of care provided to these children. Prior to my time at ORR, I worked for 2 congressional members for about 8 years. That experience provided me with firsthand knowledge of the important oversight role that you and your staff have to ensure that federal programs operate successfully. I am here today to report on the current state of ORR's influx operations during this unprecedented time of high arrival of UAC, including the conditions, services, and standards at our temporary influx care shelters. I would also like to express the Department's appreciation and gratitude to Congress for passing the Emergency Humanitarian Aid Package. Immediately upon enactment of the supplemental appropriation, we restored the full range of services for UAC, including those that we were unable to provide during the anticipated deficiency due to appropriations laws limitations. HHS operates nearly 170 state-licensed care provider shelters and programs, which include group homes, long-term therapeutic or transitional foster care, residential treatment centers, staff secure and secure facilities, and shelters. Our facilities provide housing, nutrition, routine medical care, mental health services, educational services, and recreational activities such as arts and sports, services that are very similar to the domestic child welfare system. Grantees operate the facilities which are licensed by the state authorities responsible for regulating residential child care facilities. While ORR's temporary influx facilities are not required to obtain state licensure, children there generally receive the same level of care and services to UAC and state licensed facilities. We recognize that many of these children have experienced traumatic childhood events and that migration and displacement can cause ongoing stress. Care providers are especially trained in techniques for child-friendly and trauma-informed interviewing, assessment, and observation, and deliver services that are sensitive to the age, culture, native language, and needs of each child. Clinicians are able to do crisis intervention and group and individual counseling sessions. If a child is found to have a mental health need that cannot be addressed at any of our care facilities, we will transfer them to a more appropriate setting. The number of UAC entering the United States during this fiscal year has risen to levels we have never seen before. As of July 15th, the Department of Homeland Security has referred more than 61,000 unaccompanied alien children to us, the highest number in the program's history. By comparison, HHS received 59,170 referrals in fiscal year 2016, the previous highest number of annual referrals on record. HHS currently has about 10,000 children in our care, though this number fluctuates on a daily basis. As of June, the average length of time that a child stays in HHS's custody is approximately 42 days, which is a dramatic decrease of 53% from late November 2018, when the average length of care was about 90 days. During my tenure at ORR, we have issued 4 operational directives and revised our policies and procedures with the specific aim of a more efficient and safe release of UAC to sponsors. It is the expressed desire and goal of both the political and career leadership of ORR to expand our capacity in such a manner that as many children as possible can be placed into a permanent state licensed facility or transitional foster care while their sponsorship suitability determinations or immigration cases are adjudicated, in the event there is no sponsor available. By December 31st of 2020, we anticipate that we will have an increased permanent state licensed shelters, including foster care, of up to a total of 20,000 beds, which almost doubles current permanent capacity. In the short term, HHS aims to have about 3,000 additional temporary beds available this fiscal year at influx care facilities in anticipation of continued high arrivals at the southern border, so that UAC do not remain in Border Patrol stations, which are not designed or equipped to care for children. In conclusion, my top priority and that of my team is to ensure the safety and well-being of children who are placed temporarily in HHS's care and custody as we work to quickly and safely release them to suitable sponsors. Thank you for your support of the UAC program and the opportunity to discuss our important work. I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you again, Madam Chairman and Ranking Member Cole.
Thank you very much. Let me make one point of clarification, and I say this to my friend and my colleague, Ranking Member Cole. Under the Obama administration, the turnover was 35 days. It was 90 days last year, as the director has pointed out. Director Hayes, in your testimony, you note that children generally receive the same level of care and services as children at a state licensed facility. Quite frankly, not just myself, but many others, many people on this dais and folks over and over again in recent weeks and months have noted that these children are not receiving the same standards of care. So my priority is to responsibly shut down Homestead, to eliminate the use of facilities that are not state licensed. When do you intend to close Homestead? Under what circumstances, if any, would you choose to extend the Homestead contract currently in place through November 30th? I need you to move quickly as well, because we only have 5 minutes periods of time, so thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate, I too share your commitment to only utilize influx shelters when absolutely necessary, and we want to see each and every child, as we can, into a permanent state licensed facility.
When do you plan to close Homeland?
So we are working, Homeland, Homestead, the influx shelter, ma'am. We are working as quickly and safely as we can right now to discharge the children that are there to appropriate sponsors, as noted in some of the opening statements, and that we share.
So you are moving toward closing down Homestead in the same way Tornillo was shut down, but shutting down Homestead as soon as possible?
Our team is working without delay to safely and quickly move the children out of Homestead at this moment. We have seen very safe and significant numbers, as we referenced on the CODEL. Yes, ma'am.
And it will be shut down then?
I'm not going to commit to actually closing down the shelter at this time, but it is my desire to move the children at Homestead right now out as quick as possible. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. By the way, we've asked for a copy of the Homestead contract, so we really need to know when you're going to share that with the subcommittee.
I'll be happy to get with the team and make sure that's back to you just as soon as possible, ma'am.
The Homestead contract goes through the 30th of November. What are the circumstances in which you would tend to extend it? Are you planning to extend it?
I'm in constant coordination with both my planning and logistics team, my deputy director of the unaccompanied children's operations at ORR, to ensure that we have as much capacity as possible in order to move children as quickly as we can from Border Patrol stations into our care. It would only be used.
Well, you're moving
again-
pretty quickly.
We are, yes,
When
ma'am.
you've done in a month's time, it was about 1,600, which again makes us all believe as to wonder why we are not moving, in which case, I don't know, how many do you have at Homestead right now?
Ma'am, as of this morning, we have 894 as
You
of
had
7 a.m. this
1,300
morning.
when we were there, 1,309 to be exact, so
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
moving, so we could move out several hundred kids and really be done with this facility and this warehousing.
Yeah, my commitment to you, ma'am, is that we are seeking to move the children out of Homestead as quick as possible into either
Let
sponsors'
me-
homes.
let-
Yeah.
Let me talk about discharge rates and the impact of the memorandum of agreement. Operational directives ORR issued December have helped to expedite, without question, the discharge of children from ORR's care. They were only necessary because of the memorandum of agreement. Director Hayes, you noted that career staff proposed each of the operational directives that have enabled ORR to place children with sponsors more expeditiously. Question, and I need a yes or no. What about the MOA? Did career staff recommend expanding fingerprinting requirements to all adults living in a sponsor's household? Yes or no?
Ma'am, that was before my time at ORR, so I cannot, I would be speculating if I answered that question. I
Or
apologize.
sharing information on sponsors with ICE for immigration and enforcement purposes, which is ongoing. Is that coming from staff? Yes or no?
Ma'am, the memorandum of agreement was set in place before my time at Office of Refugee Resettlement. I cannot speak to the discussions or recommendations of career staff prior to my time at ORR.
Okay, so in fact, we have no, if you tell me that the operational directives that you are now abiding by, which went into December and March and June, et cetera, that came from your staff folks, not from, and prior to that, you don't have any knowledge of where the policy came from.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I will say that I.
You were working at the time for the, as I understand it, your job was as an assistant or deputy to the prior director. It seems unconscionable to me that you would not know what the directives are. But let me move to Assistant Secretary Johnson. Have ACF and ORR discussed the potential impacts that rescinding the MOA would have on discharge rates? Yes or no?
No, we did not specifically talk about that.
You haven't. If not, will you look into for us how this change could expedite the release of children?
Yes, I will look at that.
Thank you. Just want to note before I conclude that the written testimony from a witness on our next panel, Krish Omara Vignaraja, includes data showing the chilling effect of the MOA on the willingness of sponsors to come forward. The number of sponsors who backed out of the process increased six-fold after the MOA was implemented. As I have said in the past, HHS needs to terminate the MOA. Do you agree? Both. Go ahead. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Congresswoman DeLauro, we agreed that we have got to take these operational directives and make the changes that we
Yes or
will
no,
change.
should we terminate the MOA?
Yes.
We should. Director, yes or no, should we terminate the MOA?
I think the decisions that we made with the operational directive show that that's the path we want to go on, ma'am.
Should we discontinue the transfer of information as it currently is, because there is, and should we discontinue the MOA, yes or no? You direct this operation, you should know whether or not you want to keep this in place.
Ma'am, I think if you look at each of the 4 operational directives.
So you're not going to answer the question?
I'm not going to speak specifically to the MOA, but I do support the 4 operational directives in order to expedite the release of children to properly vetted sponsors. I want to see the children back with their families.
I'm going to take this as that you want to continue the MOA and its current destructive effect on discharging students. Congressman Cole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Talking about Homestead, let's talk a little bit more about it. Mr. Hayes, can you tell me under what administration Homestead was first opened and operated as a facility to house and care for unaccompanied minors?
Yes, sir. Homestead was chosen and the contractor provided in December of 2015 under the Obama administration.
And thank you. Was and the for-profit contractor responsible for comprehensive shelter services, were they also selected by the previous administration?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, and during that time, was there any calls that you're aware of for closure of Homestead or for dismissal of that particular contractor?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay, and I think that's important to establish. There's a lot of continuity here. Let me ask this as well. We have a lot of members, I've dealt with this at Fort Sill myself, that would like to show up at facilities unannounced and have immediate right of inspection. And there's a case to be made for that. But I also know there's a whole series of legal challenges and problems when that happens. And I know how disruptive it can be. I saw a case where a member of my own delegation did exactly that, was denied entrance, appropriately so, in my viewpoint. It was actually on a military facility. He was there for other purposes and went over without telling anybody and started demanding to go. So what are some of the problems, and I address this to both of you, maybe I'd start with you, Secretary Johnson. What are some of the problems that happen if members don't notify you, don't set up a procedure to actually come and visit?
Thank you, Ranking Member Cole. Some of the problems that we have when members just show up at the door is that our staff, unlike those of us who work every day with you or know of you because we work here in D.C., they don't know who is a congressperson and who is not. And we have had several people who have protested or who are angry with the immigration system or any other type of child welfare system that we do. People do come in and try to impersonate other people to try to get in those doors. We want to make sure the safety of those children is seriously the number one priority. Letting people just walk in to the facility does not protect them if we would have someone who is misrepresenting. The other piece is that when someone, especially someone who's in Congress, comes to a facility, the staff would want to really be there to answer your questions. That means whoever that staff is that we take off of serving kids is with the congressperson, and we are not. We might lower the number of children that are being cared for. That is not healthy for the kids, and what we want to do is always be responsive to you when you are touring one of our facilities. And we appreciate the change to a 48-hour, two business day change. That I think that oversight is absolutely critical.
Let me ask both of you this. If the Homeland facility were closed tomorrow, what would you do with the population that's currently being housed and sheltered there?
So again, Ranking Member Cole, again, that's just shy of 900. So, we would move them into permanent beds, but again, that would, limit some of the permanent capacity that we have immediately access to right now. And just to note, sir and ma'am, we have not designated any children to Homestead since July 3rd, and we have not designated any children to any of our influx shelters since July 17th.
And that was very much my experience with the Obama administration. I remember talking to Secretary Burwell. She said, look, we are trying to get kids out of there as rapidly as we can for a whole variety of reasons, one of which they're a lot more expensive than if we can move them into what we think are both more appropriate and more cost-effective. I think that same imperative appears to me to be very much at work here. If we did, well, let me ask you this. We know we've had a lot of challenges here. Were any of the challenges that you faced a few weeks ago because you were running out of funds? In other words, Congress had not acted on the administration's emergency request for 58 days. Did that make things different or harder?
I think the lack of appropriations definitely created a high level of uncertainty amongst the program, and that does make it very challenging for us to move in the direction that Assistant Secretary
Did
Johnson
you have to
and I would
make
like
reductions because you weren't certain whether or not we would actually pass the legislation and reduce your services to try and stretch out your dollars?
We did that as well, sir, as well as had to scale back certain services in accordance with the Anti-Deficiency Act.
I appreciate that very much. My time's about up, Madam Chair, so I'll yield back.
Congresswoman Lowy.
Thank you for your testimony. This committee, as part of the fiscal year 2019 spending bill, included a funding prohibition that prevents DHS from using information collected by HHS to detain, remove, or initiate removal proceedings against the sponsor of an unaccompanied child. And yet, the original MOA between HHS and DHS still stands, and many worthy sponsors are still terrified to come forward, leaving children for extended periods of time in shelters across the country. The federal government, and in particular the Department of Health and Human Services, should not in any way use vulnerable children as bait. I went on that trip to Homestead, and this is the issue that haunts me because we did not get the information directly. Director Hayes, aside from information used to determine a sponsor's fitness, such as a criminal record, does HHS currently share information of potential sponsors with the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, ma'am, we do. At the time of discharge, once a child has been properly run through the sponsorship process, when a child is discharged to a sponsor, we do send as I notified on the tour, Chairwoman DeLauro.
Excuse me, this is just shocking.
No.
I was shocked when I heard it there. Given the funding restriction, why is this happening? And are you aware of DHS using information from HHS to detain or remove a sponsor of an unaccompanied child? Is this arrangement or the perception of such an arrangement creating delays for finding safe placement for these children?
So a couple of questions you asked, ma'am, and I want to answer all of them. First off, to finish answering the prior question, once a child is discharged from our care to go to the family, to the sponsor, as they await their hearing, they are then under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security in order to them and referred back to the Executive Office of Immigration Review for their court case.
Do you have a responsibility legally? That's not my understanding according to law, that HHS must transfer all information to the Department of Homeland Security?
I wouldn't say that it's all information, ma'am. All it is where the child is going and who they're going to be with, and so that they
But
can
who
order to
is the
get.
sponsor? So if the sponsor is undocumented, you give that information to Homeland
We
Security?
do not share the immigration status of any of our sponsors.
What information do you give them? It seems to me
we give them-
that you can, if you're not checking the person's health, whether they're capable of supporting the kids.
We are.
But if they are undocumented, you give that to Homeland Security. So what, are you surprised that sponsors are not coming forward, that they're afraid to come forward?
Ma'am, I just will add, again, when we discharge a child to a sponsor, they then move under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice for their immigration proceedings, and our responsibility ends. We do not share that immigration status, and the immigration status of the sponsors is not a major determining or automatic disqualifying factor for us to discharge a child.
Of course not. But why do you believe that the sponsors are scared to come forward? What do you believe the impact is that fear has on the processing time to place a child with a sponsor? We were talking to some of these kids at Homestead.
Yes, ma'am.
And you just don't ask every question, but I wondered, a young man who's been there for 56 days, has a father who's working, has a paid job for 7 years. Why is he still there? Why? What other information? Do you think that, do you have, and then we'll have to check on the law, you're saying that you have an obligation to turn this information over to the Department of Homeland Security?
Once we discharge a child, they go under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security, and we simply share that information as to where they are so that they can be further communicated with as their case goes through the immigration court system. And I just will add, I have no doubt that there are certain sponsors that are concerned with coming forward. I'm sure that exists. I would acknowledge that to you all today. However, I think if you look at our discharge rate, specifically over the last 4 to 6 months and how it's improved, I would reject the argument that there is a widespread pattern of sponsors, too scared to come forward, because we are discharging children as quickly and safely as we can, with some of the highest discharge numbers that the program has seen.
It seems to me, and I'll conclude my question because my time is almost up. It seems to me that, and I think it was for the first part of our discussion at Homestead, there was no admission that the information was transferred at any time to Homeland Security. And after we kept pursuing and asking those questions, we realized they do. So it would seem to me we have to look at this law very carefully, because if you're going to place these children, and to me, I'm not even going to discuss the Homestead facility, but if you're going to place these children in a home with a family, which we all agree is the best place for them.
Absolutely.
For the first part of our visit, we were told that information is not transferred to Homeland Security, and then it was clarified that it is.
If I may, with all due respect, ma'am, I made that comment in the command center, which was after our first brief huddle in the ORR building. That was our very first stop, and I shared that directly with Chairwoman DeLauro.
Let me end it at this point. It looks like we have more work to do in that regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Molinar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the hearing today, and I appreciate your testimony today. Also, just wanted to thank you, Director Hayes. I know you and your staff conduct weekly phone calls with Congressional staff to keep us up to date on the status, and I appreciate that, and I know the staff appreciates that as well. And I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of what the lessons we've learned when there was a surge in 2014, what lessons were learned in that, and how are we applying those lessons today? That's one question for you both. And then also I want to talk a little bit about how we are recruiting providers. That something that, how can we get the message out? How can we improve that so that people are getting the best care possible? So if you maybe start with kind of the lessons learned from the previous surge and how we're implementing that.
Thank you, Congressman. Lessons learned for me, I started in September, and so things had already reached crisis stage when I arrived. I think the biggest lesson I learned is that this doesn't just happen in this administration, it happened in previous administrations, and it even happened before there, but not to this extent. That the lesson learned should be we should not wait and then respond to surges in a crisis response management system. We need to respond we should be prepared because this continues to happen over administration to administration. We should be prepared to do it with conservative tax and financial principles so that we are not wasting any dollars, and we should always have these beds available so we are not having to use influx, and that we could put kids into loving shelters and move them quickly to their parents. That was my lesson learned.
And I just would add, Congressman, I think one thing that we've learned over the last number of years of this program is that migration patterns are often extremely difficult to predict. And so that's why Assistant Secretary Johnson and Secretary Azar and I are committed to increasing the number of permanent capacity state licensed beds in our network so that the use of influx beds is exceedingly rare. That is our goal. One thing that we've specifically done recently, and to how to look forward, into how to expand that capacity that we are speaking about and committed to at HHS. Just this last Monday, I had a phone call with our whole grantee network, the leadership of our grantee network, and I put forward our desire and the goal of where Assistant Secretary Johnson and I want to take this program. And I told them that they are going to be partners in that endeavor. And so if there's opportunities for them to increase capacity at their current permanent shelters, please let our project officer team know that. If they would like to open up additional permanent licensed shelters, please let us know that. Respond to our funding opportunity announcements. And if there are other grantees and nonprofits and organizations that have the capability to partner with us as from a child welfare perspective that are not necessarily providing a shelter for OR right now, please bring that to our attention and make sure that they're aware of the Office of Refugee Resettlement's needs in the coming weeks and months as we move forward with additional funding opportunity and announcements.
And are there barriers that you're finding towards increasing the capacity?
There are, sir. At the end of the day, the final say on granting of a license and occupancy to a state licensed permanent shelter, even one that we fund and pay for as the federal government through HHS, lies with both local officials and the state officials through a licensing perspective, occupancy from the local fire marshal and the local licensing board. And you know, we are honestly, sir, we're experiencing challenges, I would say, from both sides of the aisle. Some governors don't want, you know, illegal immigrants in their states. I think there's an understanding that might take some of the resources away from the state, but HHS cares for each and every one of the needs there. And then also some, you know, from the left that don't want children, you know, detained or locked up even in a 100-bed, you know, permanent licensed shelter. So those are some challenges that we're definitely facing, sir.
And I know you mentioned quickly and safely released to suitable sponsors. And I think that's something, those two, quickly and safely, those don't always work hand in hand. You want to make sure there's in some way verification, in some way accountability for whatever sponsors. Can you speak to that just for a moment?
We do thorough background checks, and we have been operating this program for a very, very long time. So we do the background checks, we do home visits, we gather information about the sponsor, and so we really work hard to make sure that this child is going to a safe home. And we do this, we've got this down, and we do it as quickly as we can.
And I would just add, sir, in closing, that the final say on the discharge of that child does fall to federal oversight staff, our federal field specialist team, and our federal field specialist supervisors, as they kind of look through the entire case of that particular child and the sponsorship care package and reunification package, again, to make sure that all the policies and procedures were followed and that is indeed the safest and best path for that child to go into.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Congresswoman Watson-Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for this hearing. Thank you for being here. We did have a very thorough visit, I think, at Homestead, and I'm grateful for that. I do think, however, it is important that members of Congress who have identification can come to these facilities without first being getting permission to come in so that we can actually see what really happens on a day-to-day basis. I got a number of questions. Number one is the educational offering that we saw at Homestead was really very disturbing. The facility in and of itself was very counterintuitive to learning. It was loud, it was noisy. You really couldn't hear yourself think, let alone, you couldn't hear what people were saying, let alone thinking. So I really think that that's a particular challenge, just being in those classrooms and expecting those children to learn. What happens if a child doesn't speak English or Spanish? How does that child get to interact and be taught? And are there other languages being spoken at Homestead? Mr. Hayes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we do have translators available, and I will just note that we do have a significant number of children that come into our care that are not Spanish speaking. We have a grantee in the Chicago area that has 38, or the ability for their staff to speak 38 different languages, and when our intakes team determines that, or if a child were to arrive at another shelter after being placed, we will absolutely transfer that child to a facility where we can communicate with them just as quickly as we can.
I know that the Homestead facility is an influx facility, and so children don't necessarily stay there and shouldn't stay there very long. But you have educational standards and you have a curriculum, and none of it is curriculum or standards that have been decided by the state of Florida as appropriate for the educational offering. And my question is, why do you not use their standards and their curriculum?
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is really critical to remember that the child that comes over the border, sometimes they've never been in a classroom in their lives, and sometimes they've been in 1, 2, or maybe 3 years of
Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't understand why you think that this for-profit company is more capable of developing curriculum and standards for these children than those people who are sanctioned and educated and certified by the state of Florida.
The public school system standards and curriculum do not adapt to the situation that we have with the children who have had no learning, and we want that child, it's only 30 days, to have the type of learning so they can leave the facility and be successful wherever they go.
I think
And
that's
that
very
does not fit.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very interesting concept. Why is it that there are only 5 certified teachers at Homestead?
Thank you. The teachers that we are able to recruit, we again look for the Spanish speakers, those that have some social work background, ability to do counseling and understand the journey, the trauma-informed care. So we look for teachers who can do a 30-day learning experience that, in addition to being a teacher, and we do have some that are certified, we can move forward. The other piece with that is that many of the teachers are not looking for an influx type of employment where in 30 days they might not have employment. Teachers they like the long term.
Thank you. You mentioned that when there was a threat that you wouldn't have sufficient resources, that you had to scale back on certain services. Could you just list for me quickly some of those services that you scaled back on?
Yes, ma'am. They would have been education, recreation, and legal services.
So that leaves feeding and sleeping and bathing perhaps. If you do not accept any more children into Homestead, and Homestead then becomes vacant, what is our financial obligation to this facility when there are no children there?
It is on a contract, ma'am, and that's something that we're working very closely with our team on. We could modify that contract, and that's an ongoing operational decision that we're having at the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And I'll just promise to you and give you my word now, I would agree, ma'am, that the education building that we went into, that the noise level was something that, was a bit of a problem.
Yeah, okay.
And some of the curriculum, and I will work with my team on looking
Mr.
to
Hayes,
address
thank
that.
you. I'm really concerned about what our financial obligation would be to a vacant facility. And so I don't need to know what you could do. I need to know what you will do and what you legally can do in that situation. And if you're not prepared to answer that right now, we can, through the chair, accept that explanation.
As soon as we make a decision, ma'am, I will be sure that Congress finds out through the Assistant Secretary for Financial Resources and her staff.
Because Tornillo was shut down. If there was a contract, what was the amount and what happened at the end of that?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assistant Secretary and Director, for being here today. First of all, you've got to realize, of course, this is not your fault. This is Congress's fault. I mean, the bottom line is this is a failure of Congress. We refuse to deal with the policies that incentivize UACs crossing the border, and then we refuse to fund you adequately. I mean, the bottom line is, I think it should be noted that when President Obama requested emergency funds, during his administration, it took 25 days to get those funds to you, and this time it took 58 days to get the funds to you. Now, I'm going to ask you, the bottom line is, so when the Republicans controlled it, we actually got funds promptly to take care of the children. When the Democrats controlled it, they whistled past the graveyard for a while. In those additional 33 days that it took us, and by the way, our 25 days was up, oh, that's right, in the middle of the Memorial Day recess while we decided to go home instead of taking care of the children issues at Homestead. Could you have done something with funds? Had those funds been released almost a month earlier in terms of speeding what's occurred since the funds were released was just speeding the discharge of these individuals from Homestead to other facilities or places? Could you have done a better job if Congress didn't whistle past the graveyard through its Memorial Day recess and not provide the funds?
Dr. Harris, we will always be able to do a better job with the appropriate
Sure,
resources.
of course you can. This is crazy. This is a failure of Congress. Now, HHS is not a law enforcement tool, but it certainly should cooperate with law enforcement, shouldn't it? I mean, we shouldn't put a wall between federal agencies in terms of enforcing the law. And what I'm getting at is, human trafficking is a huge issue. And we know that some of these unaccompanied children are trafficked not only for human trafficking into prostitution, but into gangs. In what I see here is most of these children come from the Northern Triangle countries. That's where MS-13, that's the base for MS-13. MS-13, a huge issue in Maryland. I would hope that we don't build a firewall between agencies that would prevent the investigation of potential gang trafficking and human trafficking into this country. Now, look, I'm going to apologize for the accusation that somehow you are child abusers, because child abuse is actually a crime. I'm going to ask you, by the way, is the Homestead facility subject to Florida state law? No. So if a murder is committed, it's not subject to Florida state law in the Homestead facility?
No, our facilities are subject to all federal and applicable state laws.
Of
yes.
course it is. And of course you do realize that child abuse is a criminal act under Florida law.
Yes, sir, and the Florida Department of Children and Families would investigate.
Correct, and that for instance, your physicians and social workers are bound under law to report child abuse.
Yes, sir, as well as OR policies and procedures.
Correct. In the past, let's say 2 months, how many reports have been made by your licensed physicians and social workers under Florida law that child abuse has occurred in the facility?
I don't have that exact number, sir, but I'd be happy to get it back to you.
Is it a handful? I mean, because this is under Florida law. Because again, the allegations, and look, in another room here, there are other baseless allegations being made against the Trump administration and its officials. The bottom line is that you were accused of child abuse, which is a criminal act. Now, I'm going to apologize for that because there's no basis for it. And I believe when you get me that number, you're going to realize that there is no basis for systematic child abuse occurring at this facility any more than systematic child abuse occurs at a public school or other institution. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we can do going forward, because this is in the past. We got you the monies you need. The bottom line, and I want to bring up the question because it's been said that, we have to close. If we close this facility, how do unaccompanied children flow from the border to a sponsor? How would that occur?
So the process, sir, once a child comes into our care and custody after being referred by DHS, we immediately, after processing them at the facility, providing them initially a hot shower, a warm meal, and the initial medical exam, we immediately begin the sponsorship reunification process to identify a sponsor, run the appropriate background checks on that sponsor, and then discharge the child just as quickly as possible.
Right, but if Homestead doesn't exist, where would that child go?
Our plan is that they would go to a permanent licensed shelter so that they don't have to go to influx facilities. But at this time, and with the numbers coming over the border, we have needed the influx. But they are dropping now. We are watching the trends. We are watching the trends from last year and the year before to find out, is September going to be high again? Is November? So we don't want to change anything drastically until we know what the new normal is.
I get it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just might add that the bulk of the money in the supplemental is for permanent licensed beds, understanding your need, and that's what we did so that we could close the influx shelters down. With that, Congressman Pocan.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say Representative DeLauro's opening comments reflect exactly how I feel from the visit and being there. I think the thing that I took away was I would love to figure out how we never have a facility like this again, period, given the conditions on multiple levels. I mean, they're not the horrific conditions of the no soap and toothbrushes, but for 750 plus a day, those are not conditions that are acceptable. I want to ask, so it looks like 1,400 children, because you're now down to 890 something, in a matter of a few weeks have suddenly been moved from there. I think the question we asked that day, and hopefully you have the answer now because it's 9 days later, how many of them are placed in homes and how many are just transferred to other facilities?
So I actually did have the answer that day, sir. We provided it to Chairwoman DeLauro and her staff.
Okay, you can go ahead
looking
and say it.
specifically at those numbers of that day as of
Yeah.
900 that had been discharged in the 12 days y'all were referencing. About 810 were discharged to sponsors, family, close friends, and about 90 were transferred either due to the fact that there's no identified sponsor in the country or they had medical issues.
So I guess the question really is why all of a sudden in a few weeks could you move that when for so long, those facilities are holding people at $750 a day. And let me just say, the conditions, the education, I don't think any of you think that that really is education that's happening there for that $750. I taped the background sounds while we were there, and you probably can't hear it there. It was a constant, let me turn my volume up. I couldn't hear the person with the microphone that was about 8 feet away in a classroom because of the background noise. There's no way that you're having education occur with this kind of background noise. The fact that mental health professionals, anyone who's come leaving trauma in a country, violence, which is why they left in the first place, went through a treacherous journey to get there, and then being separated from their families, and then the mental health in some cases is a Skype session with a mental health professional in Texas. I guess what I'm getting at is people back home in Wisconsin say, how can this possibly cost more than the Four Seasons or the Trump Hotel? And yet the conditions are, bunk beds stacked in rooms, no education whatsoever, no real mental health whatsoever. How does it get to be $750 a day? And at first you said, well, initially there's an expense. This facility's been around, as we've pointed out, for a long time. So there's no initial expenses we're still paying for. How is it that we are not getting ripped off? And then the second part to this is I talked to 4 girls, one who'd been there 75 days, 2 that were there 60, 1 45. The one girl that was there for 60 days, just the previous week, they reached out to her brother who lives in the United States. That means for 53 days, they didn't try to connect that person to a family member at $750 a day. What I'm getting at is this is a very profitable venture with very little incentive to transfer people, but all of a sudden in a couple weeks, you transferred 1,400 people, so some fire got put under the system. But that's screwed up. And by every smell test that people in Wisconsin live by, that doesn't make any sense. Could you address the costs and specifically that issue of like people sitting there for 53 days before they're finally trying to be connected to a family member?
Yep. So again, I can't speak specific to examples. So I don't know if they're, maybe that's when she shared that she actually had a brother. We've seen that before. Will children come into our care and custody, sir?
Okay.
And they don't.
How much is the cost? Because I want to get one other question, and I got a minute and 9 seconds.
Right. So the approximate cost at Homestead is approximately between $700 and $750 a day, sir.
How is that justifiable? I mean, given bunk beds, not really educational opportunities, not really teachers, Skype sessions with mental health.
Influx shelters historically have cost more, and I think it's important to note, Congressman, that when that contract was originally awarded, 2 for-profit companies put a bid for it and 3 nonprofits, and it was awarded in an open and fair competition. It's not costing the federal government additional money because it's for-profit. Influx
Okay, if I can just pause, just because I do want to get another question. So it is still 3 times more than the other shelters. I still think there's a real cost issue that is totally indefensible, and we need to address that, which is part of why these facilities should go down. The question I wanted to get in the final seconds is, and Ms. Lowy asked this question as well, on the, I'm just trying to find where this is now here on this, well, actually, I'm not going to have time for this. I'll leave it at this. But I do have more questions. We gave you a list of 107 questions. Did we get the answers on those returned to us?
The answer is
Okay.
no.
So the Ms. Lowy question, if I
Worked
could,
on, but we don't have the answer.
if I could just 20 seconds, please, on this. This is the question I was trying to get out, is the information. You said that they fingerprint everyone, and that information is given to Homeland Security. All the calls are given to Homeland Security. And the question we had, that's what you told us that day, because the question I had, you said you'd get back to us on was, what do they do with the information they get? And you said you don't know, which I didn't expect you to then. But 9 days later, do we know if they use that information in any other way?
I would refer you to the Department of Justice as to what they might do with the fingerprint results that we share with them. But
I did ask you that question that day, and you said you'd get back to me at the end of the trip, which you didn't. So now it's been 9 days later. Seriously. Do you not know what they do with that information?
I believe, sir, we just have to agree to disagree. I said I would refer you to the Department of Justice and my colleagues on that specific thing.
Aren't you all inquisitive, being in your role, to what they do with that information? Like, wouldn't that be curiosity that if I give this information and they use it in a detrimental way, that's why it's going to be harder to find some of the placements? I mean, I think that's a very fair question. I asked you 9 days ago.
I think that is a fair question. I would also answer on your question, sir, that we are not fingerprinting moms and dads at this moment, nor are we fingerprinting grandparents and adult siblings, provided there's no red hits on the biographic background check, and I did make that crystal clear that day. So we are not fingerprinting every single sponsor. I just want to clarify that.
Right, but you still don't have, that's fine, I'll take it to the other department.
And the non-fingerprinting is what is allowed. That could have been implemented many, many months before, keeping in mind that Homestead has been open for a year and a half, and only in the last few weeks have we seen the movement of children. With that, Congresswoman Roy
Yes, ma'am, due to the fourth operational directive that we put forward. Yes, ma'am.
And I would just say, there's, I can't, I've got to yield time.
Ms. Johnson, I want to talk a little bit more about Homestead, because in your written testimony, you state that ORR care provider facilities are not prisons. Now, I believe that based on my visits to licensed ORR facilities, that is true. But yet, I have to tell you that throughout our visit to the Homestead facility, it was obvious to all of us that the shelter was run more like a prison than like a child-appropriate housing. And I understand the importance of supervision of these children to ensure their safety, but these children are living in overly restrictive conditions. For example, in addition to the teacher, when we were in the classroom, there were 4 other employees stationed in each corner of the classroom watching these children. And in other OR facilities that I have attended, which are non-influx, the children are in classrooms, they have one teacher, and they move much more freely and independently in that facility. We have heard from child welfare specialists time and time again that this kind of restrictive setting like Homestead is extremely harmful to the children. And the chairwoman outlined other areas where there's this lack of privacy. We saw the children having to walk in a straight line, monitoring as they were moving from one room to another. My question is, what ORR policies stipulate the adult-to-child ratio in these influx facilities, which appear to be different than in your other facilities? And while ensuring the safety of these children, how can this policy be modified to provide a less oppressive environment as well as much needed privacy as you have in your licensed facilities? What is the difference? Why is it so? Either one of you.
If I may, Congresswoman. So the youth care worker ratio is the same at both Homestead and at Boys Town, and I know a couple of your committee staff went with us to Boys Town after the Homestead tour last week, and there we had the youth care workers also sitting in the classroom
But
with
my
the
question
teachers.
is
So
that-
there's not a difference, ma'am.
But there is a difference in your ORR licensed facilities. You don't
No, I
have
just
5
described-
people in a classroom.
We have the appropriate number of youth care workers supervising both the children and the teachers. You would have seen both youth care workers that you saw in the 4 corners you referenced in Homestead. We also have those
I
at
guess
Boys
my
Town.
question is, when I have visited your state licensed ORR facilities, gone into a classroom, there is a teacher there, the kids, are learning, but in Homestead, there was actually 5, if you counted the teacher, there were 5 adults watching these children. And my question is, why is it necessary in these influx facilities to have that kind of surveillance of children 24 hours where it is not done in your regular licensed OR facilities?
What I'm saying, ma'am, and I would want to know exactly what shelter you went to where that was not happening, because again, we immediately went to Boys Town, which is a licensed shelter 30 minutes from Homestead, and that is what is happening. I will say this, if there are thoughts or, some direction that the members of this panel would like us to consider, I am more than happy to take those back and have discussions with our child welfare experts at ACF and ORR. But 1 to 8 child ratio for youth care workers and 1 to 12 for 1 to 8 for case managers and 1 to 12 for clinicians our standard child welfare, standards in the child welfare system.
in classrooms. And they have to walk in these straight lines, being observed, I mean, they can't move freely.
There is structure at each of our shelters,
I
yes,
think
ma'am.
I think we need to look at that, and I think we need to work together to find a better way, because, as I said earlier, child experts are telling us that this is not healthy, emotionally, mentally, for these children to be treated in this way. So let's work with the subcommittee to try and.
You have my commitment. I would
deal
love
with
to do that. And again, the majority of our staff, both at our shelters and at OR headquarters, are child welfare experts and social service workers. We share that commitment. Happy to work with you in the committee, ma'am.
Okay. And I do have another question, but it would take much longer than my 5 minutes, so I'll wait.
Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair and our ranking member, and thank you for being here. First of all, I want to follow up on what Congresswoman Roybal Allard was talking about in terms of the structure. You say they're not jails or prisons. I say you're warehousing children. It feels like a prison. Okay, the structure and the organization of Homestead feels like a prison. Now, given that, it feels like one, to myself, I'm a clinical social worker by profession, I know what it must feel like to the children. And so in a case management plan, how do you address that in terms of a child going through this system in a warehousing prison-like setting? First of all, the trauma, 100% of these children have trauma, and I know we were told that they're assessed for that, but you can assume, and you know 100% have trauma. And so 100% need clinical trauma-informed care. How do you, they're not all receiving that trauma-informed care. They're getting maybe counseling, maybe not, maybe a week video session, maybe not. And then as you move through whatever case management plan that you have, how do you deinstitutionalize these children as they move forward and move on to their sponsors? Because I know for a fact that when young people get out of jail, you know, you have to have a transition period so that they can become, so that the deinstitutionalization process works. So how do you do that in the case management plan?
Thank you, Congresswoman. And as you know, as a clinical licensed social worker, the length of time in an influx facility is critical, which is why we are working to reduce that length of time that they are there. More critical is that we don't want them sitting in the Border Patrol station because of that very trauma. As probably when I got my social work degree, that what we've learned about neuroscience, ACEs, trauma, has changed considerably in the last 10 years. We are hoping and training our staff to deal with those issues. The deinstitutionalization is in addition to dealing with the trauma from the journey, from home country, and you're absolutely right, from sitting at a border and being in an influx facility with all of the other children. We do know, though, that those supports are very critical. One very important piece, if someone is assessed with serious trauma, serious mental health issues, they are not placed in our influx facilities. They are placed in our licensed permanent shelters that are specialties for just that.
But you can't tell me 100% of these children don't have trauma-related mental health issues.
No, I would say that many of those children have trauma-related,
100%
but
do.
very serious mental
And you
health
don't have,
issues
though-
are moved elsewhere.
Yeah, but you don't have mental health professionals that have an expertise in trauma-related psychotherapy to help 100% of these children.
No, but they do have the training in trauma-informed care, as you heard me say in my testimony. Everybody is
So
trained
you
in
don't
that.
have psychiatrists, psychologists, clinical social workers to administer the trauma-informed therapy.
We do
or
have
100% of
access
the
to
kids.
all of those mental health
But
requirements.
not all of the children receive
Not
that.
every day,
Okay. Now, secondly, let me just ask you about this contract. Well, first, Director Hayes, you said something that was very interesting, and I'd just like for you to respond. You said some from the left don't want kids locked up. What do you mean by that?
No,
Some from the left don't want
what
children
I'm saying
locked
is
up.
we have.
Yeah, what do you mean some from the left don't want children locked up?
What I was commenting is that we have received challenges from both sides of the political spectrum in the history of this program
From the right and the left.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying, yes, ma'am.
That's a strange way to present testimony to this committee, but if that's how you present it, some from the left don't want children locked up, okay.
No,
I know individuals who are not from the left who don't want children locked up.
What I was
Director
saying,
Hayes.
ma'am, is that they don't want any of our shelters, even our state licensed shelters. in their
I understand,
facilities.
but I know people who are not from the left who don't want children locked up. Let me ask you a little bit about the contract. Since we don't have it, I want to understand, it's a no-bid contract. What is the profit margin? The daily rate is $750 per child. That's what, about $1 million, depending on how many children are there a day. What's the profit margin? What's the G&A rate on that, the general and administrative cost rate?
I don't have the specific information on that, ma'am, but we're happy to get back to you with that.
Well, let me ask you then, is there an incentive to make sure that these children are processed expeditiously, or a disincentive to keep them there so the contractor can make more money?
The answer is no to both of those, ma'am. It is not our desire to keep kids longer than absolutely necessary, nor do I ever want to put any of our grantees or any of our OR staff in a position where they're simply discharging kids for the sake of discharging.
Well, are there penalties if the contractor doesn't perform based on the contract requirements, which, again, we haven't seen, so we don't even know what the contract requirements are in terms of the children?
Right. It's not tied to length of care or discharge rate, I can
What's
assure
it
you
tied
that.
to?
Would have to get you some more information on the specifics of that contract, ma'am.
Listen, I was a federal contractor, and I know what these no-bid contracts like. I know how you add on. Of course, I couldn't add on. But how is this contract performed, and when does it end? And do you intend to, you didn't answer the chair's question about when the contract's going to end and when we're going to shut this down. So do you intend to add on to their contract after November?
Yeah, well, okay, so so November 30th is when the current contract does end. Again, when it was originally awarded, it was not a no-bid contract. There were 5 folks that went into open competition for it. And at this point, we are evaluating the needs for our beds and the ability to take kids as quick as possible. Again, my commitment is that we want to reduce the capacity at Homestead down to 0 just as quick as we safely can, and we would only utilize any influx shelter in the event that there were no permanent beds to place the kids.
No plans to get the contractor licensed, and you don't know whether, and
Those-
can they add on or not? And thank you, Madam Chair. Can they add on to the contract?
Those
if you wanted them
those
to?
discussions are ongoing, and potentially looking at licensing any of our facilities that aren't licensed is something that we're open to consider, ma'am.
Open to consider, but not required by the contract.
Well,
Thank you,
again,
Madam
it's
Chair.
not totally up to us at HHS.
Congresswoman Bustos.
I want to thank Chairwoman DeLauro for having this hearing today, and thank you to the Assistant Secretary Johnson and Director Hayes. I'm going to continue some of the line of questioning that Congresswoman Watson-Coleman started regarding the education. Just along those lines, most of us sitting up here are mothers, or I know, Mark, you don't have any children, or grandmothers. And so, like, I know that each of us, when we think about the children, we just think about how scared they must be, how worried they must be about what's going to happen to them going forth, all of the uncertainty that is in their lives. And part of me is thinking that education has to be like the one respite from all of these worries. And as I was preparing for this hearing today, I just was really surprised at why the curriculum isn't something that would fall in line with the state of Florida that has deep experience in educating children. And I know you said that this is, the children are different. Why the teachers aren't, don't fall under the same level of regulation that public school teachers would. And so I guess, again, some follow-up questions to what Congresswoman Watson-Coleman asked. So does HHS or the Department of Education review student curriculum at Homestead? Can you talk through how that works and like what is being taught to these children?
So the Department of Education is not involved particularly at Homestead, but I know that our staff does work very closely with the staff at Homestead and CHS that runs this particular shelter. And again, I just want to commit to you that I did with Ms. Watson-Coleman, that this is something that I would agree that is an area for improvement from both the actual facility itself, And it's something that, again, if there's ideas and thoughts and suggestions you have, we're definitely open to considering those in regards to beefing up the education for these very vulnerable children. We do acknowledge that they are vulnerable, that they are scared. I think that's exactly why Congress, back in 2002, moved the Unaccompanied Children Program from INS at Department of Justice to HHS, specifically inside the Administration for Children and Families. So we share that commitment to taking care of some very scared and very vulnerable children who do have a lot of uncertainty around them.
Do you have anything to add to that?
I've toured several of our shelters and also the influx facilities. And at one of the facilities I walked through, and they were in their classrooms and they were learning about homophones. And I couldn't tell you what that is until after I left. I was like, I'm not sure for a child who's only going to be here 20 to 30 days that would be the priority that I would have on learning. And so we had the conversation about what else gets that child ready to move into the interior and live with their sponsors, back with their parents, especially when they had not had any education in the past. These kids were excited, they were answering questions, and in most of the classrooms I've gone to, actually all of the classrooms I've been to, the children were excited about learning. I want to share, I do want to comment on one thing. I'm also a mother, and my heart goes out to every one of these kids, but the excitement and the glint in their eye because they know what's coming next and they are getting what they believe is their dream is really, really exciting. And it is a good thing that by law I'm not allowed to take every one of them home because these are fantastic kids. And they get excited to talk English and they say to me, please, Miss Lynn, talk to me in English. And I'll say, talk to me in Spanish so I can learn too. And these kids are excited. So from a mom, my heart goes out to every one of those kids. I wish I could hug them all up, but I am exactly where you are. We want the very best, and I always, in my previous jobs and today, I always think, is this what I would do for my children if they were in the same situation? So whoever brought that up, I really appreciate that.
Okay, I'm going to, because we have less than a minute left, I'm also thinking about, again, how scared the kids must be. We're in hurricane season in that region of our country. And I know part of getting the kids out of the influx center quickly is because we're in the middle of hurricane season. What do you have an evacuation plan? If something is going to hit, can you talk through what happens?
Absolutely, and as a Floridian myself, ma'am, that is something that I am very sensitive to, and but not just hurricanes, but any and all emergencies that might exist where we need to potentially evacuate a shelter, whether it's flooding in Houston or hurricanes in Miami. The answer is yes, we do have a plan. It has actually been implemented before and executed at Homestead back in 2016. We had to evacuate it. It is done. You may not be aware that we have a planning and logistics team made up of emergency management professionals that serve inside the Office of the Director at the Office of Refugee Resettlement. This plan was made in coordination with the Miami-Dade emergency management folks. In fact, just last week, my director of planning and logistics met with the team down there. It's in close coordination also with FEMA and with the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at HHS. And again, whether it's a hurricane in Miami or flooding in Houston, we have the ability to move the kids around in order to get them in a safe environment. And again, as we move into the heart of hurricane season, as a Floridian, the size of the census at Homestead was something that we were very much tracking, and we are always going to make sure that we have plans in place, and the very best efforts that we make are to ensure the safety of the children.
I'm over my time.
And if I might just add, we actually circulated that plan earlier this morning to several members of Congress. If you'd like to get it, we'd be happy to send it to you.
I would. I know I'd like to see it. I think actually we'd probably all like to take a look at that.
Absolutely.
Yes, and that was requested by Congressman Wasserman Schultz. We were told at the time we couldn't get it, and you set up a briefing, but I'm pleased to know that we can get it, and it can be shared with every
And Ms.
member.
Powell as well.
Ms. McChrystal-Powell as well, that's right.
I yield back. Thank you.
Just a quick point before Congresswoman Clark. The ages of these children are 13 to 17. I'm trying to think of my grandkids. It's like the 8th grade through the 12th grade, somewhere in there. And as far as we could discern in terms of the education process, that these were kids not tested to know at what grade level they go in or what is the appropriate, and I can't have the answer. I can do that in the second round. You can answer me because I'm taking I won't take her time, but Congresswoman Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro, and thank you. Nice to see you again, Mr. Hayes. You told Dr. Harris that Homestead is subject to state law, not licensing, but state law. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The federal and state law does apply to the employees and the staff, and we work very closely with the Miami-Dade Police Department and FPS.
So if a child reports sexual abuse, that would be investigated by Florida.
That is correct.
And so there have been, according to your numbers, 412 allegations of sexual abuse. 12% of those, a little under 12%, involve staff on minors. So I have a couple of questions. The Miami Herald says that the state of Florida has not been permitted to enter Homestead to investigate all the allegations of sexual abuse. Is that your understanding? Can you explain that?
That is not my understanding, and the Department of Children and Families, the state of Florida, has been involved in certain investigations down there. So that, to the best of my knowledge, they have access to, and they are involved in that process when appropriate.
Could you make a commitment to looking into those allegations? 'Cause
Absolutely, Congressman. You have my commitment to do that.
Okay. Are the staff who were involved in these allegations, are they still there? I know this is not ORR staff, but are the staff at Homestead still there?
So in the last 4 years, there have been 4 accusations that involved staff on UAC. 2 of those were determined to be unsubstantiated. One of those was closed administratively by the state of Florida, and the other one, and this actually happened in the last administration, that person was found guilty, and they're currently in jail.
So I'm looking at your numbers that said.
I'm specifically just speaking to Homestead, by the way.
Okay, so the 412 allegations are broader than just Homestead.
I'm not exactly sure what reports or what numbers you're looking at, but I know that there is some additional information that is forthcoming to Congress later this month or early August that will address more of these issues in regards to sexual abuse. I don't know if you want to add anything, Madam Assistant Secretary?
Yes, we are going to be providing all the details and information on the assaults and the questions about those. One of the key things I think.
What is the timing of providing that information?
I'm not sure.
I think, again, I would say late July or early August is my understanding. And if that's different from that, I promise you we'll
So
circle
next
back through
week?
your staff.
In the next 2 weeks?
That is my understanding. And if that
Okay.
changes, I promise you we will let you guys know that just as quick as possible, ma'am.
Can you let me know, I was there, I was able to see this telephone that is pre-programmed so kids can report, but it is a rather open cubicle next to a ping pong table. Does that comply with your own regulations on reporting and privacy?
Yes, ma'am, it does. And again, I think I was there with you, and I pointed that phone out. And you're right, it is pre-programmed to report any type of abuse, as well as give the children access back to their home consular officers.
Okay, and you feel that's compliant with privacy
I do.
regulations?
But again, if you have suggestions on improving that or modification of that, I would be happy to entertain that and discuss that with my team.
Okay. I want to go back to a question that Chairwoman Lowy asked you about your legal obligations to share information with sponsors on DHS. I appreciate Assistant Secretary Johnson's comments on children may be excited about their futures, but it was pretty startling to have it confirmed by staff when I was at Homestead that children who turn 18 while they are there, that information is given to DHS 2 weeks before their birthday, and then they are shackled and removed from the property. That was confirmed by staff when we were there. I'm sure you would also be able to confirm that, Mr. Hayes. Are you legally obligated to share the information on sponsors with DHS?
It is my understanding that we are required to, through a statement of principles from the very early onset of the formation of the Department of Homeland Security, because when children are discharged from our care, our statutory authority ends, and then they fall under the jurisdiction of DHS.
What about with sponsors? I know you're no longer fingerprinting family members, but what about that information on sponsors? Are you legally obligated to share that with Department of Homeland Security?
Legally obligated. It is my understanding that we are not legally obligated, ma'am.
So then why do you do that?
We do not share fingerprints with the Department of
But you
Homeland
did
Security.
until very recently, right? Or no?
We quit in December with adult household members.
Why was it done before December?
That was that I think you're referencing the memorandum of agreement, which again was put into place before my time at ORR. So I can't really speculate onto all that went into the decisions behind that.
So there was no legal obligation, but that was the flow of information. And I think as we talked about when we were there at Homestead, that maybe 2 weeks is not the time that we should be focusing on these children turning 18. Have you made any improvements in that time period?
So I personally, ma'am, I was with you on that tour, and I thought that was an excellent idea, and the team is working towards that. But as I said that day, if it was up to the grantee staff and the ORR staff, we would let these kids stay with us until they're 19, 20, 21, if that's what it meant. But again, HHS's statutory authority over those children ends on their 18th birthday. And because most of these children are referred to us by DHS, they already know their age, ma'am. And they know where, we designate them to because they bring them to us at our respective shelters. So, again, when they turn 18, they're no longer children, and so they then go into the custody of Department of Homeland Security.
In shackles.
I would.
you. My time
Any
is
questions to that, I would refer to my colleagues at DHS.
So much of this revolves around rescinding the MOA, which we will keep repeating, and it should be terminated, rescinded, and gone to protect the children and to protect their families. To both of you, you've said that the ORR wants a network of 20,000 state licensed beds. At its capacity, ORR had 15,000 children in care, and the main reason you had so many children in care was because of the excessively long stays in care. Let us repeat that. 35 days in the Obama administration. Directives, which you now have turned around to your credit, but there were directives that were put in place which made this excessively long stays in care, and that was because of the MOA, the fingerprinting requirements and the data sharing with DHS, ground this process to a halt, created chaos at the border and children in inhumane conditions, when all the time we had the ability to move these children. My question: what justification do you have for needing long-term capacity of 20,000 permanent beds? Are you basing this on any CBP projection data?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason we are looking at 20,000 beds is not because we are saying that is how many we want to fill up. What we want to have are available beds for one very critical reason. If a young girl comes in, she is pregnant and has maybe a 2-year-old with her, and she's with her brother, we want to be able to have the capacity to put them together in a shelter and not have to say the child goes to younger children's shelter. We need to have some flexibility in empty beds in order to better care for these children.
At the high point, we were at 15,000. You're down to now, what, 11,000?
10,000.
10,000. All the better. Numbers are going down, and that's not to say that they couldn't, but in 2014, our experiences was when those numbers went down, they went down. It was through this September, October, they went down. That is, I've got a chart that, I don't make that up. So where is this 20,000 number coming from? Honestly, siblings are being separated all of the time. We tried in the 2019 Labor HHS bill to say that siblings could not be separated, but they are separated. We found that when we were at Homestead. Child had a sister, a brother, or so forth. They were somewhere else. But that's no reason for trying to build an empire of beds. The goal should be that what the focus should be, and we don't know where this number comes from. Who projected this number? Where does it come out of thin air? What's the statistical basis on our having this there? What are the resources, quite honestly, the resources that you are devoting to ensure? Where's the plan? You've got a plan for 20,000. Where is your plan to ensure that children are placed with family members as quickly as possible? What case management services, federal field specialists are part of your plan? And what protections will you put in place so that this administration doesn't slow the discharge rate to a halt again? There is no comparable plan. You're at 20,000, but there's no comparable plan to move these children out as quickly as possible so we do not have to have an influx facility. I'm just going to add one more piece here, which is about Carrizo Springs. How is that contract structured with BCFS? Can we get a copy of that contract? Influx facilities are supposed to be temporary. I've seen one report that says 3 years, one report that says 5 years. And do you see a path for state licensing with Carrizo? And if not, why did you enter into a multi-year lease? So let's start with your plan for discharge, where the number 20,000 has come from.
Based on looking at the trends over time and the number of children that have been placed into the influx facilities over time, should we have another surge in that same way, we do not want to have to open up an influx facility. So even if there are empty 20,000 beds, that is better than opening up a new Tornillo or a new Carrizo.
You, by your own words here, have said the high point is 61. You're talking to us about the numbers that are going down. At the highest point, you had 15,000. 15,000. As all of a sudden, out of thin air comes a 20,000 number.
If we were only to have 15,000 beds available at that time, we would not have had the flexibility to address siblings, pregnant teens, tender age, because you have to move. You can't place those children in with teenagers. You have to move them around. We need some movement.
You don't need another 5,000 beds to do this. What you do need to do is, which I understand, I'm surprised you all haven't mentioned it, with your new grantees, you are looking at an additional 3,000 permanent state licensed facilities, is what I have read about. So why are we not moving in that direction? When is the next recruiting for grantees? But you've got now 10,000. You've got an additional 3,000. That gives you 13,000 potential beds. Why are we talking about an additional 7,000 when at the high point we were only at 15?
The permanent licensed beds are much less expensive and are better for these children.
Yes.
So if I don't have that additional beds available in a surge, we're back to influx, and I never want any administration to have to go back there. In addition, may I say, the operational directives that we have done are also enhancing and moving the discharge rates.
Yes.
We are taking these efforts. You just said it yourself. We have 3,000 new permanent licensed beds coming online. We are not ignoring the priority of licensed beds.
I am not saying that. I want you to focus your time and attention and any of the resources that we provide here to moving in that direction as we try to, in the House bill on the supplemental, and what people want to say is that we held back. We held back not because we didn't want to provide the money. Every single day we talked about the $2.9 billion. What we wanted was the protections for these children and a discharge plan. And those two pieces are what we still want and what we still need. And we still do not have an adequate discharge plan for how we're moving that. You talk about a lot of beds, but let's talk about how we're getting them out as fast as we can and make a difference so that we do not have to have unlicensed facilities which are putting kids and their families at risk. And I've gone way over my time. So,
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and those are good questions. They were questions that needed to be asked, so please don't feel like you went over your time. I want to actually build a little bit on what you talked about, because I have some of the same concerns, probably from a different perspective, but I think you have those concerns as well. I mean, I think you would agree, I think, with all of us up here, regardless of our perspective on the current thing, the best thing is to get these kids out of your custody as quickly as possible into an appropriately vetted sponsor. Is that correct? That's your policy? That's what you're trying to do?
Yes, sir.
In terms of the surge capacity, I mean, I sort of understand. I've had to live through this in my own district at Fort Sill. May have to live through it again, we're hopeful, since there's a decline in the intake right now, that perhaps you won't need to press that facility in, but I certainly understand your need to have them available if something happens, you know, and I'm not sure what that appropriate balance is. I think the chair raises a good question. I don't know where the figure 20,000 came from either, and I'm not saying that critically of you, but that would be helpful to this committee if we got some sort of information on that, and I would certainly support the chairman's effort to do that, and I hope you could enlighten us in that. Second, I'm very encouraged by this effort to also line up what are state-inspected facilities and beds that are available. Again, I think we all believe that would be better if we run into another surge than what we've had to deal with influx facilities. And it strikes me that's your position too, am I correct?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Is there any additional information on both this target and what you see as the appropriate balance between you know, facilities that are permanent, you're using all the time, others that would be licensed but would be available on relatively short notice should you need them, and finally, and last resort, always an influx facility? Do you guys have some sort of plan laid out where you sort of think through what the progression is? And believe me, I say this with a lot of sympathy. I understand this is an unpredictable sort of thing. We've had to budget up here. This committee has struggled really for years trying to figure out what's the count going to be next summer, what should we do, and know that, thank goodness, that whether it was the last administration or this, you had a certain amount of flexibility and transfer authority, and but even then, we've gotten the mark wrong, and with the best intentions in the world, and having lived through one of these things before.
So I just would add, sir, you know, first off, it's up to 20,000 beds is our goal, not just this magic number of hitting 20,000, but up to 20,000. And I just will point out from an operational perspective, which is more my lane as opposed to the assistant secretaries. And honestly, once you exceed kind of that 90% capacity of your permanent shelters, it does get very difficult to place children in permanent capacity because beds come online and go offline for various different reasons. We might have a bedroom of 10 beds go offline because one child in there is quarantined, for an example. And all the UAC that come across the border that are referred to us are not created equal. If we have a teenage brother and a younger sister, then that's going to be a very unique shelter that we want to place them because we do not separate siblings at HHS. In fact, that will sometimes delay placement because we want to work hard with our grantees and our intakes team to find the most appropriate shelter for that person. So, as we look at, the high mark that everyone's mentioned of almost hitting 15,000 children in care, I would hope that if I hear the number, I have 15,000 children in my care, as I did almost back in early December, then I would have hoped that I would have had a minimum of 2,000 extra beds in order to help ensure that children are be able to put in a permanent licensed bed as they're referred to us from DHS, and that we're able to do that as quickly as possible within that 72-hour mark.
That's good, and that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I've got very little time left, so I just want to ask you, if I may, and either one of you or both can address the question, but could you, just for the committee's edification, explain to us some of the factors you have to deal with when you're actually making a discharge decision? What process has to have occurred before that, and I'm sure there's various iterations of this depending on the type of person, the age, the gender, do they have a special needs, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, sir. One of the key things that our case management team focuses on is the sponsor able to meet the needs of this child? Medical needs, emotional needs, financial needs. Are they able to give them shelter and food? Do they have the ability to help get them plugged into the local community? And also, again, just those kind of things to make sure that they're going into the most safest environment possible. We also do a very robust public records check on every single sponsor, even the moms and the dads. And more distant family members and any of those family friends that the families have said, would like the child to go and stay with this family friend that we have a connection to. We're doing FBI fingerprint background checks on them just, again, to make sure that the child is going to the safest environment possible. So while it is a very streamlined process, there are a lot of of things that we work through. And I tell you, one thing I would suggest is possibly maybe sharing the sponsorship reunification package with this committee. Happy to share. There might be some information that needs to be redacted on it. I'd have to check with our team, but that's something I'm very much open to, again, in coordination with my leadership at HHS.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the
Yes,
extra
sir.
time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I say thank you to the ranking member. I want to just clarify once, and to the credit of HHS. Last December, there were 15,000 children in detention. And because of that operational directive, almost within several days, 4,000 children were released to a sponsor or to a shelter.
If I may, it was actually 8,000 in 30 days.
Well, to our point, if we can do that with the directives that you are engaged in, we do not need to continue the complexity of this detention system that we have, and that we want to move people into the safest possible space expeditiously. With that, Congresswoman Watson-Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Homestead facility has been in existence and in use since when? November of last year?
So the original site was chosen and the contract awarded in December of
I'm not
2015.
talking-
I don't know exactly what month, but it was in early 2016 when it was first operated with children.
Is there any legal prohibition stopping a facility of this nature becoming a permanent facility, getting a license?
No, there's no prohibition, ma'am, and that's something I'm open to consider. Again, it would require a partnership with the local state and
And that's
the
another
licensing
question I
authority.
wanted to.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you think that it makes sense that you had federal licensing regulations, because the facilities that you're talking about, even the permanent ones, are only housing ORR children? So they're technically federal facilities or federally controlled facilities or federally existing facilities. Would it make more sense to have federal licensing requirements that were uniform across the nation?
I would be happy to have that conversation with you in coordination with the child welfare experts at ACF, ma'am.
Okay. The facility in Carrizo Springs facility,
Yes, ma'am, Carrizo Springs, Texas.
okay, was open in 1 month and closed in another month?
It's not closed, ma'am.
According to this article I have, it is shut down. So what does that mean?
Well, I'm not sure exactly which article. I know
Are
there
you
were some
shutting
news
it down?
reports. First off, we have not placed any child at an influx shelter since July 17th because we're below 85%
Okay, are
capacity.
you shutting Carrizo down?
I do not have plans to shut it down completely at this time. I will say, ma'am, just real quick, it has 41 kids there this morning as of 7 a.m., so it's not shut down, just to confirm that. I'm not sure what the news
So
article is saying.
you have a $308 million contract with them through January?
That's up to 300
Up
million.
to?
That much is
So
not
right
been
now,
spent.
it's just the $775 or $800 per child that you're paying?
The
40
estimate there
times
is just over $600 right now is the initial estimates there.
So
It has
you,
a capacity of about 1,100.
so you said that there were no children there. Now you're telling me there are 41 children there. How did they get there?
I never said there were no children there. I'm telling you, as of this morning, there's 41 children at Carrizo Springs Shelter in Texas.
So where is this information coming from in this article that you are shutting it down?
I'm not sure. We've had a lot of tours out there. Again, I think maybe it's coming from the perspective that, again, we're not placing children there at any of our influx shelters anymore. We're working to draw those down. And because we are historically discharging children at high numbers, the need for children to remain there is not an immediate need. Again, I don't know what's going to happen this fall, though.
Are there issues there regarding health and safety violations, mold, structural issues, things of that nature? Unsanitary?
No, the structural issues, no. Once we initially purchased that, there were some mold in some of the buildings, but we brought in
Remediated that.
professionals, and we absolutely, positively remediated those issues before we had one child or any staff in there.
Thank you.
long-term.
If you have, let me ask you one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
The background checks that are done for permanent staffers, is that the same that's done for the influx staffers too? Do they go through the same rigorous?
It is.
Okay,
I can
good.
tell you that the FBI background checks were done for the staff at Homestead and
Uh-huh.
at Carrizo Springs.
Okay. If a child is placed in your facility and is 17 years old and 17 and a half or whatever, do you do any kind of planning for that child? Do you try to find a sponsor before that child turns 18? Do you have any ability to hold on to that child if you're actively engaged in the search process rather than turn that child back over to ICE?
The answer is yes and then no. Yes, we absolutely focus with every fiber in our being to do as much as we can for that child just as quick as possible. But as soon as that child turns 18, our statutory authority ends at HHS. And as I've mentioned several times on the tours and here today, if it were solely up to our grantee staff and our ORR folks, we would keep those kids as long as it took to find them a
So then
sponsor.
you turn them in, you notify ICE at certain periods. Is that like 30 days before the 18-year-old, the birthday?
Again, they're referred to us from DHS, so DHS knows their age when they come to us.
So do you actively remind them, this one's 18, this will be 18 in 30 days, this will be 18 in 10 days, oops, you got 24 hours?
I would not describe it that we actively remind them, but we do work on a plan with them because there are certain different options that ICE can do. And again, any further questions on that, I would refer you to my colleagues.
And you have
at
no
ICE.
idea what ICE does with them? When he takes them back into custody?
Once they leave our custody statutorily, they go into the care of ICE.
You
There's
you
different
said
things
something
can
that I
happen.
thought was very interesting, or either I read it in one of your testimonies.
Okay.
That when you place children in permanent sponsors, with sponsors, that you do offer follow-up services. Social services, any other kind of, navigation that's necessary.
There are some post-release services available to some of the
You
children.
do that even though the child is no longer under your jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll just add, too, we have an ORR call center that is operated 24 hours, 7 days a week. And if any of our sponsors, after the child goes into that care, or the kids have any concerns or they're struggling with some issues,
Hey.
we can help find resources to help them out.
Madam Chair, just one last question. Thank you. Why does it cost 3 times the amount of money to house a child in an influx facility versus a permanent facility, even though that influx facility is in existence for more than a year? Thank you. And as you answer that, I yield back. Thank you.
So, great question, ma'am. Thank you for asking it. I would say, and I'm just going to oversimplify it, but I think it gives us a high level of flexibility to both turn on and turn off staff and capacity at these influx shelters that does not exist at a permanent shelter. So with that flexibility and that ability to, again, turn on beds and turn off beds in order to bring the kids quickly and safely into HHS care and custody does cost more than a standard licensed shelter because we have very little, if any, flexibility at a permanent licensed shelter. If the state licensed it to be 122 beds, we can't add one more bed to that permanent facility without the state's blessing through a variance.
I'm sorry, notification is sent. Notification emails to ICE are sent. These are 18-year-olds. This was on the bulletin board at the facility, 14 days away from the 18th birthday, 7 days away from the 18th birthday, and 24 hours prior to birthday. The information is sent to ICE to let them know about the 18th-year-old. Mr. Pocan.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, a suggestion, Madam Chair. I find it surprising that there's a bit of a disconnect between the information you're sharing with Homeland Security and then knowing what they do with it. The fact that I've asked you that day and again today, and we don't have exact answers what they're doing with it. Madam Chairman, it might be a good idea to have a joint hearing with Ms. Roybell-Allard's committee, because not only am I curious, but I hope you would be curious, right? Because if I was a firm selling people's data and they use it to scam people on the phone and you're a business, that's one thing. But since our mission, as Secretary said, is a child welfare agency, I would want to know, because if the data we're sharing actually leads to fewer people coming forward, sponsors, that affects the child's welfare. So I think you would all benefit from knowing that. I'm kind of surprised you don't already have that information, and in the time you've been there, you haven't asked that information. But I do think it'd be helpful for the committee and for you all to know, especially since some of it isn't required by law. I really think that might be a good suggestion. Let me get back to that $750 a day, because I've been a small business person since I had hair, all right? I was 23, I opened up a small business. So when I look at what we're paying, it still doesn't make sense to me, because even if we know we're going to have this certain number we're preparing for, a permanent facility will be state licensed, so have some better standards overall, and if it's a third of the cost, you really have to have some really highly inaccurate projections to not save money by having full-time facilities as opposed to an influx facility that's been around as long as it has, right? Because that amount of money for no real education, not really providing mental health services, anyone would argue you're supposed to, the level that we should, it just still doesn't make sense to me that we would spend that kind of money when all of a sudden in the last few weeks, all these people got placed that doesn't pass the smell test. You know, for a long time, as you said, you've brought the amount of days down considerably, but what is the incentive to a firm to get people placed when they're making $750 a day? And again, they're a business, right? I appreciate some of the nonprofit groups that are operating things. I think they have a different mission. But when you're a business, your mission is to make money, which means to continue to warehouse kids for as long as possible because you're making money. And if you don't have an incentive for them to actually place folks, that is completely counterintuitive to the free market, period, full stop. So just respond to that. It just doesn't make sense to continue to have a facility that you pay 3 times the rate with worse conditions when there's no incentive for them to move people. And they just proved, as we started looking at things, suddenly 1,400 kids got placed in a matter of a month.
So again, specifically to your question, sir, I think that has everything to do with the 4th operational directive. And what we are doing with that operational directive, and this was a recommendation that I received from the field out in Texas in one of my near 50 visits to our shelters. It actually came from one of our case managers. And that was, look, a lot of these children that come into our care have grandparents and adult siblings, you know, that are very close to them. So for a season, we have, again, based on the recommendations from the child welfare experts in our field, you know, we're treating. So that is what I would directly attribute.
So then if I can, just in conversation with you, based on that directive, and I agree, that was a good idea, and I'm glad you implemented that, why do we even need this influx facility anymore? Because now if that is the directive, we can utilize the permanent facilities much better that are a third of the cost and have better conditions. So again, why have this privately run, for-profit, more expensive than a Trump Hotel or a Four Seasons operation when we could have a better operation for a third of the cost?
Yeah, that's a great question, Congressman. So first off, that's what we're doing. That's what we're working to decrease the census at Homestead just as quickly and safely as possible. I don't know that I would support incentives for, you know, our grantees just to discharge children as quick as possible. I think I don't know that I would necessarily assign free market.
I guess what I'm saying is you wouldn't need incentives if you had cheaper facilities that had better conditions, right? Because then you'd be operating. But under this current thing, when I talk to that girl who's there 60 days, or we look at the old rates of how long people were there, and we saw you can move people just by being innovative, they have no reason to be innovative. They have a reason to warehouse kids, because that's how they make money, because they're a for-profit venture. But you're a child welfare agency, to your very words. You have an incentive to not waste taxpayers' money and to make sure the kids are in better facilities and get them hooked up with sponsors. But we haven't done that for the last year and a half. So you're finally doing something towards it, but I need to know that that's going to be a better direction, Secretary, than what we've seen, because I don't think the last year and a half is something we ever want to use as an example of how to move forward.
Thank you. That is the goal. And you've heard me say that over and over. The permanent beds and the flexibility of permanent beds are critical. But you also heard me say the time it takes to license a permanent bed, and it all depends on the state, if they're willing to have our shelters in their states, takes time. We are now finishing up, as you said, 3,000 new beds that have come online from May, and I'm hoping to have them on in the next 3 to 6 months. I also have, and this is a continuing FOA. I am not closing it. I am keeping this open so that we can continue to bring on permanent beds. And the real goal of this is, as you are all very aware, with the FFPSA and child welfare, there is a reason to decrease congregate care facilities, and if they already have a licensed congregate care facility that provides the mental health care, I would be very interested in those. So we want to encourage states to let us use what's already built and already licensed, and those operational directives are absolutely critical.
One very quick final question. Would you make a commitment, Secretary, because I am a little troubled that you guys don't know exactly when you share that data, what gets done with it? Because again, it may not be in the best interest of the child welfare. Will you make a commitment to personally get some of that information so that we know what you're doing with the data, whether or not it's counterintuitive to child welfare?
I would make a commitment to talk to DHS about that, but I would really request that you ask DHS directly.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't want them assuming what I do with information they provide. I would rather not assume or take just one person's word on what they do with it. So I would highly request you ask my sister agency.
Thank you.
Going to try and get at least 2 questions in, so I'd appreciate very short but pointed answers. I want to go follow up on Congresswoman Clark and Watson with regards to those detainees, those children that turn age out and turn 18. Because one day a person is a child in a protective environment, and the next day they are put in handcuffs like a criminal and taken to adult detention on their 18th birthday. You know, as chair of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security, I find this not only disturbing because there are alternatives to detention that are less costly and more humane and more dignified, but because I have been told that one of the reasons that ICE takes these children into custody and into detention is because ORR case managers fail to create post-18 plans for these children while they are in ORR care. And one example that I was given, this was information that came out in a Senate hearing, was that in 2017, ORR failed to give ICE 400 post-18 plans for these children that aged out. And I would like to hear why this is happening and what is it that prevents them from providing these aging out plans, which would make them make recommendations to ICE that a particular child would be eligible for alternatives to detentions or sent to a sponsor, and not to the adult facilities that they're in now.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll just point out, I'm a father of 5, and I have a 17-year-old daughter, and I share that concern that one day they're a child and the very next day they're adult. I would say, though, I feel like to some degree we're hearing mixed signals. Y'all don't want us to coordinate with ICE, but now you want us to coordinate with ICE. And so,
wait a minute. 2 entirely different things. One is the sharing of information in which ICE has gotten information on other people in the household and have gone in and rounded up members of the family. That has prevented sponsors from coming forward. What I'm talking about is providing a plan that is given to ICE where ORR is supposed to recommend that a child is eligible for alternatives to detention, that they can be placed with a sponsor, and so on. So don't even mix the two.
Okay.
Don't even mix the two. So my question is, why is it that ORR is failing to provide these post-detention plans?
So I'm not aware of that specific report, so I'd like to see it, but you have my commitment. I will go back and meet with my team, and if we have any of our staff at our grantees that are not meeting their moral obligation to do everything in their power to benefit these kids, especially ones who are going to be aging out soon, we will do everything in our power to rectify that.
Obviously, and I find it very disturbing that when you have statistics like this, where you're not giving these plans, that you're not even aware of it.
I don't know where you're getting those statistics, ma'am. That's why I'd like to see that, and I will absolutely commit to you today that I will look into that as quick as possible with my staff.
Okay. I still am surprised that you're not even aware that these plans aren't being put together. Just very quickly in the time that I have left, earlier this month, the Miami Herald broke a story about a teenager who lived in the United States for 15 years. After a routine traffic stop, The driver's boy, the uncle who was driving, was arrested and put into ICE custody. And the boy was eventually placed at Homestead in spite of the fact that he lived with his mother in the U.S. This is really disturbing because the mother, who was a legal guardian, was not informed as to where her child was. And, you know, it can only imagine the agony that the mother felt when she tried to find her son. According to the news report, she said, and I quote, "I called his phone 1,000 times, called his uncle, called the police. Nobody picked up. Nobody had answers. I thought that he was either dead or kidnapped." And then days later, after the mother had contacted ICE, CBP, and a local immigration lawyer, and finally ORR, when she read in the newspaper about Homestead, she figured that maybe her son was there. She was able to locate him at the Homestead facility, and she stated that the only reason she was able to finally get a yes that he was there, it was, and I quote, "It wasn't until I lied and told them that I knew my child was at Homestead that they confirmed." So under what circumstances would a child living with a parent be referred to ORR? And is there some coordination with ICE or ORR or DHS that encourages the transfer of children to ORR custody after an interior enforcement action? And I just want to say, this is just one example. Let me give you quickly another example. I spoke to a young girl in the Homestead shelter who had been there almost a month. She had been detained with her brother, who was older. Her brother was with the mother, and she was still at Homestead, and she said she didn't know when she was going to be leaving. So if she was detained, she was with her brother. The brother is with the mother, but she is still in Homestead. So we know that she had a sponsor, and she'd been there almost a month waiting to be reunited. So these are the incidents that raise all these questions about they make a lot of money by keeping children. So can you explain what the process is and why this is happening?
If I may, ma'am, I would say on the surface, what you're sharing with me is concerning to me as well. So I share that concern. What I have found, though, is I have a lot of questions that come into my mind as well to want me to learn more about that unique situation. Was the brother an adult? I don't know the answer to that question. If she was with her brother and he's an adult, that's not considered a separation by statute. She's required to come into the care and custody of HHS, and we run through the sponsorship process. So if there are some more specifics,
Well, I
will
think
look at
the more critical question is that
the coordination.
he was with the mother. They were detained together. He was with the mother, and why wasn't she?
Are you saying he was with the mother when they were all originally detained?
No.
Okay, so that's my question.
She was in your Homestead facility,
and he was
with the mother. She knew where her brother was, and she didn't know why she was still there almost.
And they were probably, in theory, on the way to the mother together, and they were detained. Then, again, my assumption there would be that the brother is probably not a child. He was over 18, and therefore she was required as a minor to come into our care, and then we run through the sponsorship process. So really the fact that she came in with her brother is not really relevant in that fact. The question is, what were we doing to quickly vet and ensure that the mom was capable to take the child? That would be the information. But again, there's questions that come to mind, and I'm happy to look into that particular situation. I know you interacted with her, but I want her to be with her mom just as quick as possible.
Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to, first the contractor. I want to understand, Comprehensive Health Services is the operator, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Of Homestead, as well as several permanent network.
Okay, so Caliburn International, what's the relationship?
I don't know exactly when, but Caliburn has purchased and owns CHSI.
Okay, so they own okay, because I'm looking at one of their filings with the SEC, and I just want to quote what it said. Broader enforcement and immigration policy is driving significant growth. The company's Also warns investors that the challenging and politically charged environment could adversely impact our share price. I think, do you understand the fact that this is a profit-making business and that it's driven by their share price and that they're there to make money? And in fact, I don't know if you have any other private companies running these centers, but what do you think about that, just in terms of a profit motive company taking care of these kids?
Well, again, we do have some other for-profit providers out there other than just CHSI. I don't have those specifically memorized. I know they are in the system. I will just say that I've interacted very closely with the leadership of CHSI, specifically at Homestead. I've seen nothing in any of the work that the staffers do that indicates to me that they're driven by profit. I know that Comprehensive Health Services does a lot of medical type care as well for Customs and Border Protection. But, you know, other than that, again, I go back to 2015 when that contract was originally issued. It was an open and competed process against several type of both nonprofit and other profit groups, and they were awarded the contract.
Yeah, but you may not see that they're driven by profit, but corporate entities are driven by profit, and so their systems are based on the profit motive. I mean, that's just how it works. And so in looking at Homestead and the feeling there, as I said earlier, it feels like a prison. It feels like a jail. The systems that they have in place are warehousing and jail-like systems. Why didn't they develop the systems based on more of a boarding school system or something that is more conducive to taking care of these kids until they can transition out, and then having a structure in place well, I won't say expedite, but to process these children more quickly, if in fact that's their goal. And there's a difference between a jail structure, which I think I saw there personally, versus a boarding school structure.
I just think we're going to have to respectfully agree to disagree, ma'am. I would not classify Homestead as a jail or a prison.
No, I'm saying it may not be classified, but the environment, the lining up, the being told this, being told that, the physical structure, you don't see that in a licensed facility, and you don't see that in shelters where you have a more conducive environment for the child's mental and physical health.
I think I would both agree and disagree with you, ma'am, respectfully. I would say that I do think you see a lot of structure at even our
structures.
permanent
Structure's okay.
Okay, but yes, we had a high number of children at our influx shelters. That's the purpose they serve, in order for us to be able to quickly move as many children as we can into our care to prevent them from being at Border Patrol stations.
But the feeling I almost got was, it almost appears that these children could be seen borderline criminals. And that's not something, the message we want to send to these children who are traumatized, who will hopefully be living with their sponsors very soon.
Absolutely.
And so by being treated prison-like, criminal-like, I still say that the case management system in place has to have a big component that recognizes that as part of this, and then says, okay, we have a program to deinstitutionalize these children before they are released, before they are sent to their sponsors.
So there's discharge is the term we use.
Discharge, yeah.
Listen, we may agree on the environment at Homestead, but I do share your commitment to doing what's best for these children. And so with your background and your expertise and your years of service in Congress, if you have ideas how we can better set up our case management and clinical social work, our team would love to sit down with your team and hear some of your ideas.
Okay, well, I'd love to meet with you.
Absolutely.
And share my ideas, and with the organizations that we've talked to who have specific protocols that they would like to recommend to you?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chance to respond.
I'd like to add on to that, for-profit or nonprofit, we have our own monitoring guidelines, we have our own audits, we have external groups that go in and look at what's going on. So I would expect, as the Assistant Secretary over this program, that they would, it doesn't matter their compliance, whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, they are to meet the standards that we set, and that if they aren't, and we will continue to look at that because we can always do better in everything we do, we will move forward. But because they're for-profit, we don't monitor them differently. We are still very strict
Well,
in
you
our
need to
standards.
because they're for-profit, and profit is the motive by which they operate under.
To you, Madam Secretary, and to you, Director Hayes, for the time. It's been well over a couple of hours, and you've been forthright in your commentary. Just at one point, because you're going to leave and we have another third panel coming up, I want to ask them to come up. But the contract with regard to Carrizo, and this is, if we could get that contract as well as the homestead, that would be that would be terrific. And thank you. We do look forward to working with you in various ways. I'll repeat, my hope is that, just in terms of summarizing, Secretary Johnson, you support terminating the MOA, which is what you said, and my hope is that Director Hayes coming around to that will be critical for you, though I think you know, you didn't answer that question, but I think that has been one of the most serious and onerous policies emanating from that MOA that have brought us to the brink of something that has been, yes, a crisis, a humanitarian crisis. It did not have to happen. Understanding what you have done in terms of rescinding some of those pieces, let's rescind the rest of it, and let's get these children with good standards of care and licensed standards of care and U.S. and international law standards of care, as well as discharged as quickly as we can to their families, relatives, and a placement that is safe while they continue to go through the process. Thank you very, very much for being here this morning. If we can ask our third panel to come forward. Thank you very, very much, and I want to thank you for your patience, but I think it's important that that we hear from you. There is a record, and unfortunately, I wish there were more of the members here, but we have your testimony, and as I say, that this information is part of the record, and so you can be sure that it is distributed. So thank you again for your patience. Let me introduce our panel, Margaret Wang, who is the Executive Director of Amnesty International USA. You recently published a report, No Home for Children, the Homestead Temporary Emergency Facility. You have advocated before the United Nations as well as the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Earlier in your career, you served as committee staff for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And I would just say this to you, Margaret, we're not going to hold it against you that you worked in the Senate. Is that not true? And my colleagues? Okay, true. So thank you so much for being here. And to Krish, I want to make sure I get it right. Krish Omara Vignaraja. Yay, okay. President and CEO of Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services, LIRS. who has served as policy director for First Lady Michelle Obama. In addition, served as senior advisor in the State Department under Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Secretary of State John Kerry. At the State Department, Krish coordinated development and implementation of multiple programs, including those concerning refugees and migration. Now, I also understand that your dad is here. Is that correct? Where are we? Hello. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Now, I got to get this one right, too. Eliathambi? Okay. And so thank you so much for being here. And I know you sit there with a great deal of pride. So it's wonderful to have you here today. So, and I will just say to both of you, your full and written testimony will be entered into the hearing record. Ms. Wang, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Before you. My name is Margaret Huang, and I'm the Executive Director of the U.S. section of Amnesty International. We've advocated for the safety and freedom of children seeking protection here for the last 20 years. Most recently, Amnesty International published our grave concerns about the Homestead Child Detention Facility in Florida, where thousands of children have been warehoused as they await reunification with their families. Today's hearing is very timely and a critical opportunity to examine the conditions in which migrant children seeking safety here are being held, including the prolonged use of influx facilities like the Homestead Detention Center. As a starting point, under both U.S. law and international standards, detention is never in the best interests of the child, and it should be avoided whenever possible. In those rare situations when detention is truly necessary, it should be for the shortest amount of time and in the least restrictive setting. The administration has increasingly relied on influx facilities to warehouse children because of crises that it has created. First, it continues to rip children apart from their families at the border, literally creating unaccompanied children, who must then be placed in the custody of ORR. Over 700 families have reportedly been separated since the June 2018 order prohibited family separation. A particular problem is the ongoing separation of children from their adult caregivers and family members. In many cases, these caregivers, grandparents, uncles and aunts, and adult siblings are functionally parents to these children, and the separations are enormously traumatic. This is a stark violation of those children's best interests. Second, this administration is prioritizing immigration enforcement over children's well-being. Under the information sharing agreement that you so ably addressed earlier with the previous panel, ORR is sharing information about the immigration status of children's potential sponsors with DHS. Originally, this included all of the adults in a potential sponsor's home, and we know that DHS is using this information to target sponsors for immigration enforcement. The agreement forces sponsors to make an impossible choice. Either they come forward and they free their child from detention and they risk being deported, or they stay back and they let their children languish in detention. After the agreement was signed, the length of time that kids were spending in ORR custody nearly doubled. Because that policy has now been amended with operational directives, most recently in June, today thousands of detained children have been reunited with their families. And I've just come back from both Homestead and Carrizo Springs and was informed by the officials in those facilities that they attribute the sudden release of these children to the change in policy. It is not because it was not possible before. To respond to this crisis of its own making, the administration has resorted to using warehouse-like influx facilities for longer and longer periods of time for some of the most vulnerable people in its care. Homestead is only nominally temporary because it's been in operation for more than 16 months. Homestead is not a home. It's an industrial line for the processing of mass numbers of children. Children walk around with barcodes around their necks in a highly regimented setting. They fill out forms to get the most basic of services. Case management and medical treatment are inadequate. One child we spoke with found out that he was HIV positive while he was at Homestead, and he was kept in medical segregation for a month. Facilities this large, warehousing this many children, cannot do right by the kids. Because Homestead is an emergency facility, it evades state oversight, and their employees do not have to go through the same background checks as state licensed shelters do. We must do better by these children who are coming here in search of protection. First and foremost, children should not be detained. Congress should prioritize funding policies and programs that keep families together and reunite detained children as quickly as possible with their sponsors. Secondly, we must cease the protracted use of influx shelters and close Homestead, which is not in the best interests of the children. We have to prioritize funding permanent, state-licensed, small-sized facilities instead, and only use those facilities when they're actually necessary. Influx facilities should not be used for crises of the administration's own making. Thank you for holding this important hearing today.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony. And now, Ms. Vignarajah.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Cole, and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. The organization I lead, Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service, has a long history of successful collaboration with the government. Through 80 years of work in refugee resettlement, our care for unaccompanied children, and our ongoing management of family reunification. We work with partners like Reverend Wilker from Lutheran Church of the Reformation. During last year's family separation crisis, LIRS was one of only 2 organizations asked by the government to help with family reunifications. Neither LIRS nor our sister organization, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, received any government payment for that work. But without a moment's hesitation, we stepped up to respond based on an unwavering commitment to family unity and ensuring all God's children are welcomed, protected, and offered love and warmth, not concrete floors and mylar blankets. The term unaccompanied minors is seemingly meant to give the impression that these children come to the border by themselves. It masks the fact that some are unaccompanied because we strip them from their parents' arms. So it is my duty to report that the assertion that family separation has ended is not true. In fact, we have nearly 40 children who were separated even after the policy supposedly ended. 4 of them tiny babies, less than 1 year old. They were not unaccompanied minors until our government made them so. As a faith-based organization, we believe no child should be separated from a parent in order to deter other parents. As a faith-based organization, we believe no child should be held hostage as bait in order to subject family members to fingerprinting for immigration enforcement purposes. And so we request the formal end to the memorandum of agreement between the Department of Homeland Security and Health and Human Services. We were heartened to hear the Assistant Secretary's testimony on that fact. We are trying desperately to reunite families, and this agreement has significantly impeded parents and other sponsors from coming forward and prolonged the time that vulnerable children are separated from their family. But our efforts to reunify families are much broader, and that is the focus of my testimony today. Right now, some children are being housed in large shelter facilities that face allegations of sexual and physical abuse. Some are kept in a Walmart-turned warehouse among nearly 1,000 other children. Others are in a federal influx facility where 144 children sleep in one room with no state regulation and little oversight. So what if I told you what you know, that there is an alternative? That I could provide many of these children with a loving set of foster parents who could offer a child not just shelter, but a safe and stable home. That this care could help the child reunify with their actual family safely and more quickly. and that in the interim, these nurturing foster care parents would help the child learn, read, play sports, tuck them into a warm bed at night, and that this care would cost a third or a half of the price of warehousing children. As a parent or grandparent, wouldn't you choose the family-like setting? And as an appropriator, wouldn't you choose the setting that is better for kids, better for taxpayers? Well, this choice isn't theoretical. It's the one government faces every day when it places a child at a temporary influx facility like Homestead rather than a family setting like the care that LIRS provides. This year, we've already cared for 549 kids. Yet as large shelters grow, we have loving foster care parents today with empty homes. Remarkably, less than half of the care that we've offered to the government is being utilized at this moment. How is that possible? Well, here's what we're up against. Right now, private prisons and for-profit companies account for over 70% of the immigration bed facilities in this country. We know the government's extraordinary logistical burdens, but caution against settling for the convenience of for-profit influx and detention facilities. These entities are not guided by the best interests of a child, but by the best interests of their shareholders. As criminal justice reform has pushed private prisons out of the American penitentiary system, they've turned to immigration to turn a profit. And profit they have. Caliburn, the company that runs Homestead, earns $775 per child per day. Since 2018, they've received contracts for $545 million. Just as I was visiting Homestead, Caliburn was trying to sell $100 million in stock and said the need to house migrant children is, quote, projected to drive growth, as Congresswoman Lee pointed out. Today's testimony has shown that they are not qualified to care for children, let alone traumatized migrant children. So rather than a homestead, how about a home instead? For 40 years, LIRS has established proven models of family and family-like care for unaccompanied minors until they can be reunited with their families. A model of care that is small, safe, and family-centric. We ensure children receive trauma-informed care and that all our foster parents and caseworkers are licensed by the state and receive up-to-date information on the new child welfare standards. Because we must never forget that these children are not just in our custody, they are in our care. And while they are, that burden of responsibility, of protection, of oversight, sits right here with American leadership and the power you wield. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for very powerful testimony, and thank you for your dedication, commitment, and compassion in dealing with this very serious issue. Both of your testimonies highlight how toxic the MOA is for the UAC program. A couple of questions in this regard. Can you tell us more about the chilling effect the MOA continues to have on the sponsor vetting process, how this resulting in children staying in ORR care far longer than is healthy or necessary? And if HHS and DHS rescinded or terminated the MOA, do you believe you would see an immediate improvement in identifying sponsors? Please, I'll hear from both of you. Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you for the question. We know that hundreds, perhaps at this point thousands of children have been released in the last month since the new operational directive was issued in mid-June. And all of the facility operators we spoke with, not just influx facilities, I should note also permanent shelters we visited on our trips as well, they've all indicated that that directive had an enormous impact on all of them. They were immediately able to see their numbers go down. So it's very clear that the barrier is the requirement of fingerprinting and sponsors being afraid to come forward. Unfortunately, we don't have data sufficiently from ICE about whether it is, in fact, targeting sponsors, how many people might have been identified and arrested because of the information sharing agreement. So that would be information it would be wonderful for Congress to seek. I do believe that if we continued to see the removal of these obstacles as we perceive them, that we would see more children unified. When we visited the Carrizo Springs facility, all of the children who were sent there were sent from other shelters from Texas and Arizona. And all of the children had categories 1, 2, or 3 sponsors. The day we were there, they learned that one of the children's sponsors had decided they could no longer come forward, which would make that child now a category 4 child. And so there are still issues, even children who have identified family members here, if they're fearful of coming forward, which many of them still have that fear, it is actually forcing the children to stay much longer.
So I'll add to that the data that we do have. We provide the majority of reunification services across the country, and so we interact with potential sponsors on a daily basis. So we have data from 4 months before the MOA went into effect and then 3 months afterwards. Small sample size, but I think informative. What we found was that in terms of the number of cancellations and no-shows, it increased from 6% to 33%. So a third of these potential sponsors no longer came to our facilities. In terms of declining fingerprinting, it went from 0%, we had no declines, to 9%. And, you know, I know that in the prior testimony, there was some question about what is the impact and why has it had such a chilling effect. It's because the reality that we know that even from data that was shared between July and November of 2018, we had 170 arrests based on that information alone. And so, you know, the chilling effect that we are observing in our facilities is being observed across the board. So there's a public report that we put forth that indicated that 75% of the survey participants in terms of providers observed that fewer potential sponsors are now coming forward.
Very much like to get that report if we can. Thank you. Let me just ask, this question is to you, Krish. What is the LIRS preferred standard of care for unaccompanied minors?
So, you know, as I briefly touched on in the testimony, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit more in detail, we very much believe that we can provide a care model that is safe, small, and family-centric. Our model is really centered on child welfare best practices. It is designed around the recommendations of child welfare experts. Truly, it is a labor of love for us. It is not a for-profit center. And so for us, the guiding principle is what's in the child's best interest. For LIRS, we have numerous partners in states really across the country that operate the transitional foster care that I mentioned, which is truly a family environment, as well as very small group homes, which are essentially family-like. On average, our size is 12 children or less, but the vast, vast majority of our placements of children are in transitional foster care in individual homes. And we believe that to the extent possible, and really we do have the capacity, that we should be affording every child, migrant or otherwise, with a loving family environment.
Thank you very much, and thank both of you for your testimony, which I read last night and enjoyed listening to again today. Ms. Wong, if I may start with you, obviously you've got a study on homestead. Now, did you study it in the last administration as well when it was first established?
No, we did not, sir. In fact, I believe it was even open prior to the dates that were mentioned by the director in the previous testimony. It was actually opened even in 2012, 2013.
Yeah, that's what I recall as well. Any particular reason why you didn't look at it then? It would be very helpful, and I'm not being critical in this, if we had kind of a continuous study of what happened and what is clearly a controversy.
It would be. I wish we had, but we didn't. We've actually requested to visit lots and lots of shelters in the last 12 months. We've been given access to Tornillo. I visited Tornillo last fall, as well as to the two I've mentioned, and we've requested and visited a number of permanent shelters. We've not been granted any access to CBP holding facilities at all. Okay. Despite multiple requests.
Well, they're very different categories, obviously. Let me ask you this. I mean, a lot of your testimony is very compelling about the separation of children and family members. Currently, the law of the land, as I understand it, is if you're not with a parent or a legal guardian, even if it's an aunt, an uncle, somebody that we would consider an appropriate family member. Is that a statute we should change? How would you approach that?
Yeah, actually, DHS has the discretion to keep families together if they're identified as such. I think there is a challenge if you're asking law enforcement officials to make that determination, and I can understand why we would not want CBP to decide whether or not an adult and child traveling together are the appropriate pairing. But there are child welfare professionals who can make those determinations. That's what, in fact, ORR does. And if we allowed those people to interview and to meet with potential families traveling together, they could make that determination. And in fact, CBP is not required to separate the child.
But I think they would say, look, we don't know if this is really an aunt or uncle. We don't have the appropriate papers. We don't know if this is something where a child has been encouraged to identify this person who may be a nefarious individual. There's got to be some mechanism for the child's sake to check here. So right now, I think it's probably pretty automatic, and I'm not sure, but I would assume that for Customs and Border Patrol to do that. Would it be better to keep them together and then turn them over to DHS, and where you would have this sort of option that you described?
So ideally, children should never be put in detention. That's what we're aiming for. And the goal would be to try to keep the children with loved ones, with caregivers, to be able to make that determination with appropriate child welfare expertise, not by law enforcement, and then to enable those children to be allowed to pursue their claims, which I believe most of these children have asylum claims, to allow them to pursue those claims not in detention, but in fact with other means of showing up for their court proceedings, which a very high percentage of them do.
That's correct. But again, I'm just trying to, it seems to me we've stumbled into a second crisis because we didn't learn very many lessons from the first crisis. That is, this is not new, as everybody up here has said. We've done this several times, and we seem to be reinventing the wheel over and over and over again. Homestead's probably a pretty good example of that. And yet we also have some concern about, which I have some of the same concerns my chairman does, over establishing regular institutions and maintaining them, because our aim is exactly what you say. Get them into an appropriate sponsor as quickly as possible, not let them stack up, whether it's at a Border Patrol facility or an HHS facility. Let's try to move these people through to a more appropriate place for them to be. How would we do that? I mean, with the estimates of the crowd, the folks coming, very hard to predict. We've had really pretty dramatic swings. If you went back to the first year of the Trump administration, you'd see a dramatic fall, partly probably because of the rhetoric of the administration, fear about coming. I don't know if we have, and we have a different composition of population now, and partly that's clearly cartels figuring out how to monetize the movement of human beings in addition to drugs and what have you. So I'm just looking for suggestions here. What sort of system would we need so that as these folks arrive, and by the way, I don't hold the administration responsible for that. I hold their home countries and cartels responsible for that. So to say they created the crisis, they may have mishandled the crisis. That's a fair point to make. I don't think you could say they created it. They're not, they didn't do something to attract this population to the border. So how would we have a system that works better than the one we have now, where we're not each time ad hoc? And if you can give me just a little time, I want both of you, if you'd care to respond.
So I do think that one of the ways that Congress could be most helpful is really making the investments in the reunification efforts. Right now, there are insufficient numbers of caseworkers working in all of these influx facilities. A lot of them operate remotely. They're nowhere near the children that they're trying to serve. There are not enough of the field agents who actually investigate to find the sponsors and to reunify them. So there's a different approach, and I know that Congresswoman DeLauro referenced that, to have a plan that makes investments in reunifying members. Even as you say, Congressman, if an adult and child approach the border and Customs and Border Patrol aren't sure if they're related, it's understandable and appropriate for them to make sure that they are before they're released together. But that process doesn't have to take months. It doesn't have to take the amount of time it's doing now. So rather than investing in beds and these influx facilities, which are incredibly expensive, The much better investment is into making sure that analysis is done, that the care is given, that children are being released as quickly as possible into the care of those sponsors. And so I think it's the challenge for us is that the investments have been made more in the detention side, less in the reunification side, and that's what we really want to be seeing.
It is a great set of questions, and I think the way I'd approach it is to look at it as a sort of a sequence. Phase one is really when we're talking about DHS custody, what can we do to make less of a stark contrast between CBP custody and ORR custody? And, a few of the recommendations, we included this in the appendix, knowing that it's obviously not the, purview or jurisdiction necessarily of this committee, is, first, CBP is not following the TED's policy of standards that they themselves have always had on the books. And I think that is really important in terms of the conditions of confinement right now are problematic. And we would just, request that they actually review some of the policies that they have in place, that there be independent oversight of the facilities, which is natural in many other settings, that we introduce state licensed child welfare experts into CBP facilities, because right now we do have agents that are, just by the nature of their training, ill-equipped to be making determinations that are based on the best interests of the child. But I would also say, it's about timely medical care. There ought to be pediatricians, there ought to be nurses in these CBP facilities. We also believe that we need to start moving towards alternatives to detention. LIRS has been very involved in piloting and showing the success of family case management. We know that there's been appropriation of funding for that. We would just really request that money actually be moved to where it was intended. In terms of that kind of middle area of when family separations is happening, one of our recommendations is that we don't get sufficient information because there is critical information that is lost in translation. And so one of the things that we would really request is that in terms of there's an I-213 document that tries to reflect information of, if it's not a parent, who is this individual? What is the relationship? Oftentimes, we find that ICE and ORR aren't getting that information. We're getting an individual with basically, we have a name, an age, and a home country location. With that, it means that we're looking for a needle in a haystack. And so any cooperation in terms of helping us facilitate that family reunification process would be critically important. And then the final piece, just in terms of the facilities under ORR's purview, first and foremost, obviously, we've made the case, I think, and there does seem to be bipartisan agreement in terms of fostering and appropriating funding for, safe, small, family-like settings. But what we would also recommend is that we don't continue to experience this roller coaster. We strongly believe that having the infrastructure of guaranteed multi-year funding is critically important. But we'd also stress that, in terms of the ORR funding for grants management, some of the issues we've seen as an organization, even in the last couple months, is that we put in a indication that we would be able to take in 108 additional children 2 months ago. It was supplemental to a contract that we already have. We actually got approved for a new contract rather than the supplemental, which is just an example of where, look, it's not 1,000 beds that we're able to provide, but it certainly is 108 children that could be under our care as opposed to in an influx facility. And I think one of the things that we'd strongly encourage is that ORR prioritize the grant management for facilities like ours as opposed to the influx facilities. And then the final point, because, I do take this point of what we are seeing is in some ways not new to this administration. Our firm belief is that it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democratic administration, warehousing children is completely inappropriate on American soil. The one thing I would note, though, is that, to the extent that I've looked at it, it is clear that under the Obama administration, there was kind of a more permanent part of Homestead. It's called the old Job Corps site, which is where children were placed. Whereas when I visited, and you probably saw this as well, the children are being placed in semi-permanent structures, and it is that uncertainty, kind of the non-permanent nature of that does, amongst many other concerns, raise red flags for us.
Thank you. Thank you. You were very indulgent with the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good, thank you. I mean, your recommendations, both of you, this is what we need to have. This was the concern. I say, look, willing to provide resources, but not to continue the current process, which is failing. And more than failing, the repercussions on children are really staggering in so many ways. But I think, and I don't care about it. I don't have it. It's not about administrations. I had no problem, calling into question, policies of the prior administration in one sense. And that's why, in this case, we are looking at some more restrictions around the process that have created a situation that, in and of itself, we were trying to deal with increased numbers coming and volume, but the policies have had such a significantly negative, detrimental effect on children. So that's, I think, what we have to acknowledge in both administrations. Let me just ask if you have a child with a Category 1 or 2 sponsor, and that is parents or family, a family member, grandmother, and look, I come from an extended family. I understand that some of my aunts were like a mother, an uncle, a father. When my father passed away, my uncle stepped in to help take care of me. That's what so many families are about today. So if you have a child with a Category 1 or 2 sponsor, once the sponsor has been identified, in your view, how long should it take to place the child safely? No one is suggesting cutting corners or doing this safely, in your views. Go ahead, Margaret.
We believe that 2 weeks should be sufficient.
2
in
weeks.
that situation, yeah. And certainly under the Flores conditions, we believe that it is possible to be much shorter than the timeline it's taking now. But you all are the experts placing, so you should answer that question too.
Yeah, and I should, on that point, flag that I know there's a lot of discussion around length of stay. And I want to just clarify that we shouldn't put all our eggs in that basket, in the sense that length of stay reflects the amount of time for those children who are actually discharged, right? So if we have an instance of 10 children, one child is discharged in 10 days, 9 children are actually remain in custody for 100 days. Your length of stay would be 10 days, when in fact, if you were actually contextualize it, it would be 91 days at that snapshot period. So one of the things I want to flag is that, I know there was some prior discussion about, well, under the Obama administration, it was X days. Under this administration, it has declined. As child welfare experts, our concern is making sure that we have as short a window as possible, but knowing that background checks are in place for a reason. And we are a little bit concerned about the fact that, right now under new regulations, this administration doesn't even require, a bona fide relationship being established. There are reasons why those checks were put in place, because we had instances of trafficking happen not 20 years ago, but just 2 years ago. And so I think that's where for us, I think 2 weeks is a good aim, but candidly for us, as long as we can get sufficient paperwork to support that this is in fact, a family member, and then we have conducted all of the safety checks, we believe that it's possible to even do it in shorter amounts of time.
Quickly about that, is that the bureaucratic snafu around I understand 2 weeks or in the shortest particular time. Why then why would it be taking so long in some of these instances? I understand what you're saying. Why is it taking so long. And clearly, it didn't have to take as long. We're witnessing within the last several weeks, that there is movement. There's real movement. And that's, so there is, from your perspective, there is not other than bureaucracy, there is no reason to hold up this process in getting these kids to family members, parents or relatives of some sort.
Yeah. And I think the few points I would stress in terms of how can we reduce this time period to ensure the reunification of family is, first, in terms of the reunification services we have, where oftentimes with a potential sponsor, that's the first interaction with any kind of immigration entity. It is quite clear that for many of these sponsors, it is critically important to have an in-person resource who can walk them through, which is what is frankly, as this hearing reflected, it's a complicated process for any individual, even who has a mastery of the English language. Second, I do think that we need to invest resources in making sure that the paperwork is available not just in English but in also the first language of the sponsor, because we found that to be a hurdle in terms of why the paperwork is taking so long. Third, obviously, we've talked about the MOA in terms of the chilling effect. And then fourth, as I've mentioned, we need to strengthen the information sharing between DHS, ICE, ORR, and then the implementing organizations so that we can expedite that process. We can do it. It's just a matter of streamlining and having better coordination between the different entities.
I'm really probably at that point, I have more observations and questions that take a longer period of time. But I do want your thoughts on a couple of items, and because having lived through one of these things as the chairman and now having lived through another one as the ranking member, I don't want either of our successors to do this again. So to me, part of the big problem is how do you set up a system that allows us handle something that might not be predictable on an annual basis, but is certainly something we know we're going to probably face again. It's almost like planning for a hurricane. You don't know when and how, but you know there's going to be hurricanes or something. So there needs to be a better system than what we've had. And I say that with no criticism of anybody involved. I think they've handled the situation broadly as well as they could as they've gone on. But we've got to do a better job in Congress and as whoever the administration is of thinking through what do we do when something like this happens. So toward that end, I mean, and I will tell you one of our problems. I sit on the Rules Committee, and we had a piece of legislation coming through that was getting ready to lay down a lot of requirements in terms of the border control and what do you do when you have an unaccompanied minor. Perfectly appropriate for us to be talking about that. There wasn't a single dime of authorization for more money, not a dime. So we're going to consider something, probably pass it through the House, won't get through the Senate, would never be signed by the President. But if you're going to do this, it's going to take resources. And particularly if you're going to change the nature of the Border Patrol. I mean, even some of the suggestions you had about the types of additional personnel you would have at border, they're really not designed, by and large, to be legal points of entry. They are Border Patrol. They're actually there to stop human trafficking, to stop drugs, to stop folks coming into the country illegally. And how you combine and give them the resources. And we had the same, honestly, struggle when we did the authorization recently. One of the points of contention was the majority didn't want to give any additional money to the Border Patrol because they thought it would be used for Border Patrol purposes as opposed to being used for the kids. So I understand the concern there, but at the end of the day, you got to get past that. They either have the resources to do the things you suggest or they don't. They stay exactly like they are. And that's probably going to take authorization language, and it's stuff beyond our ability at this subcommittee. But I would just, again, ask both of you, and I don't ask you to respond today. I know you guys think about this issue on every day. Literally, you're trying to figure out what's the best policy. And what we really need is, okay, if you're going to change the nature of the Border Patrol where they can handle this these types of situations better, because again, the population they're dealing with has changed in its character in a relatively brief amount of time. You know, we're not getting single males from Mexico now, we're getting family units and unaccompanied minors. And, you know, cartels, which used to be primarily engaged in drug trafficking, are now beyond human trafficking. I mean, this is not necessary, but this is literally facilitating illegal immigration. So what do you need differently that you didn't have before? And as appropriators, we would always ask, and how much will that cost us? So any thoughts you guys have on that would be gratefully received either here or at a later point. And then the second thing is this, you know, what are, you know, I think part of the conflict here between the parties is a sense, okay, is this an open borders? Anybody can come that wants to come and have to be received and given resources, or, you know, what do we really do in terms of cases where, you know, people are legitimately, they're coming for economic opportunities as opposed to asylum. It's that appropriate legal balance, which you know, we have not been able as a Congress under either Democratic or Republican control, and with either a Democratic or Republican administration, to really come up with something that we could get through anyway. So that becomes a second problem. What's the appropriate legal framework that we have to deal with these crises? And I guess the final point I would make, if we don't have a system, these things are going to just inflame public opinion when they happen. There has to be some agreed upon system, because they turn into political issues whether people meant them to or not. They simply do, having watched this twice. Therefore, we need some sort of bipartisan policy that assures the American people, okay, when something like this happens, we have a plan that we've agreed upon and vetted and put into law that, okay, this is how we're going to handle it. This is what we're going to do. Instead of, again, I do think a lot of this has been reinventing the wheel, and there have been some policy initiatives I certainly didn't agree with. The child separation policy is, I think, an enormous mistake. I think it's poisoned the debate and the discussion a great deal. And, you know, again, I don't blame anybody for being against that. I was against that, said so at the time. You just don't do it. And then I guess I should say this last thing I would just say, this whole knotty issue of who you're traveling with, you know, it's pretty easy if it's a parent or a legal guardian. It really gets murky pretty fast after that, particularly if we have some reason to believe that, you know, a child may or may not be telling the truth, in the sense they may feel intimidated into not telling the truth. And again, a lot of these are not young children. They are adolescents for the most part. They're teenagers, but they're certainly still susceptible to manipulation and intimidation in traveling with an adult. And they've undoubtedly been told, okay, this is what you say when we get to this point. There's got to be some direction we can give the Border Patrol person who is the first encounter. This is your sequencing. This is what, if it's this, do this. If it's this, do this. If it's this, do this. And then you've got to have a corrective pretty quickly because I agree very much with your point. I don't want these folks making that final decision. I don't think they want to make this final decision. They would love, okay, let us facilitate this into an environment and with an appropriate set of child care experts and what have you that could then make that decision. Just give us a place to move these children where they can get appropriate care, and people other than just us that are enforcing law on the border are making the final decision and disposition about where the child goes. Just for what it's worth, those are my thoughts.
Thank you so much for those observations. I think there's a lot to respond to, and we'll definitely try to provide you with some additional information. Amnesty is monitoring the refugee crisis not just here in the Americas, in our country and in the Americas. We're actually monitoring it globally. And today there are more than 70 million displaced people around the world, which is just an extraordinary number. Nearly 26 million who've been identified as refugees. And that's not counting the asylum seekers. Those are people who've been identified by the UN agency. So you're right to anticipate that this is not the last surge, the last crisis, the last influx that we will have. We will continue to see more of this, because what is driving people to make those moves is not singular, is not a one-time thing. It is larger patterns of violence, of civil conflict, of environmental degradation, of famine, things that are clearly causing different people to feel that they need to leave. I think it is clear that we're not seeing the same economic imperatives of migration patterns now. We're seeing something very, very different. And the response, therefore, has to be very different. It's no longer about having a legal framework that takes into account economic priorities. It's about having a legal framework that recognizes our obligations to asylum seekers and to protecting people who are so vulnerable and seeking refuge. That's a different framework. And part of the problem is we've struggled with how to shift our policies from anticipating people who might be coming seeking work to people who are fleeing and looking for a safe haven. So it's not an easy thing to switch on and off. It's something that we have to do collectively, but it's very clear that that is the future direction for all of us and that we have to be doing a better job. I just wanted to note that on the notion of determining whether a child is traveling with an appropriate caregiver, for so many of the people who are fleeing now as part of this pattern, children have been left behind by parents. Parents may have come in the past seeking economic opportunity. The people bringing them now are often not the parent. And so it's a recognition again of what this crisis is. The reason that they're traveling with non-parents, and many of them don't have a legal guardian because that's not even plausible from some of those countries, is because of the circumstances that are driving it. And I think being responsive to that and thinking through policies that would recognize those facts and help create the appropriate setting is the most ideal. But I think we're all looking for the same thing. If we can reunify families as quickly, as safely as possible, that is always in the best interest of the child. And I know that's been a driver for this committee. So thanks.
All excellent questions, so I'll try to very quickly respond in turn. On the broader point, I of course realize that it's easy to say, well, we should fund X, Y, and Z, but your responsibility is to figure out how do we find the funding for it, and that is where. And I have full faith that she will be able to do so. But that is where, obviously we've talked a little bit about our cost structure versus the influx facility cost structure. But even when you look at detention facilities versus alternatives to detention, you were literally talking about something around $350 versus $15. When we've shown that it is better for the family, better for the children, 99.7 to 99.8% compliance in terms of showing up for an ICE hearing, an ICE meeting, or your immigration court hearing. And so our point is that we can find the cost savings that will pay for all of this. But part of it is making the sound investments now so that we don't have to all of a sudden, in a rush stand something up like Homestead. And I think that's where, for me, it's about looking at the fact that, as you said, we had some notice. Obviously, it wasn't like this happened over a 2-year time span, but we did have some notice. If you look at January, we knew that we had facilities for 3,000 members of families. We received 28,000 members of families. And that, to me, was something that we saw even last year, and I just don't think that we prioritized making sure that we had facilities responsive to the urgent needs of children, and instead, we implemented more of a militarized response, which we know, of course, costs a lot more. And I think what I would say is that in terms of the planning, we do have to be a bit creative when we face these situations that, we didn't plan for. For LIRS, what we've done in terms of our border work is that we've really taken a leadership role in Arizona as well as in New Mexico. That has been based on the churches who have stood up basically, pop-up shelters. But we can do that in the context of providing the scale of beds we need, in a sense that we've got congregate care that can no longer be providing care for domestic children. There are partners like us who have the expertise in terms of how to address children who are coming from other countries. It is why we've been incredibly aggressive, in part because when I visited Homestead, I said to my team, look, we can stand here and criticize from the sidelines, or we can actually find a way to be a part of the solution, which is why, in short order, we will actually be proposing that we have 600 placements for children in our facilities, because we know that we do need to scale up and be creative. But the other piece of it is that, when you look at even the infrastructure we have for refugees, so some of our work is refugee resettlement, because we operated just a couple years ago at a time where the resettlement agencies were able to bring in and help 110,000 refugees. Now we're at 30,000. If we can be creative in identifying opportunities like that and repurposing them, I do think that there are ways in which even today we would not need temporary influx facilities. On the question of the legal framework, look, I appreciate your comments in terms of taking this out of the political pinball machine, because it's true. I don't think anyone is really advocating for open borders, and until recent rhetoric, I don't think anyone was advocating for closed borders. That was not what America stood for. And I say that as someone who fled a civil war when I was 9 months old. My parents brought me here from Sri Lanka. But I can tell you that coming from a country divided along religious lines and being able to come to a country where there was the response of people welcoming us who were Lutheran and Catholic and Jewish and Muslim, that has always been America. And that, I think, is, there is gray area, and of course we need comprehensive immigration reform. But in terms of the policies we have in place, they are responsive even to the climate that we're dealing with right now. When you look at the legal right to asylum, 88% of people who are coming across the border are meeting that initial threshold of a credible fear. We know that they're not coming here with whimsical claims. In terms of, this metering policy that has been recently instituted, when you think about the deaths that we have seen in recent days, and I say this as the mother of a 2-year-old, when, Valeria and her father died crossing the Rio Grande, it wasn't because you had a ill-suited father who made a decision on whim. It was because he was told when he went to a port of entry that he couldn't come across because the door wasn't open that time. And when he realized that he would have to remain in a foreign country that is incredibly dangerous, and that would have to be for at least 20 to 30 days, he took what is an act of desperation. And I think that that's where, when I see the progressive sequencing of that golden door closing, first with the metering, then now with the interim final rule, again, this is a strategy where we have a lot of the legal safeguards we need in place, meaning that right now, under kind of our border control, if you have a firm offer of resettlement, you're not allowed to claim asylum here in the U.S. And likewise, we can establish third-party arrangements with other countries. We do it with Canada. But the reason why we don't do it with Mexico or Guatemala is, first, it doesn't meet the threshold of being a safe country, and second, there hasn't been any undertaking of, does the legal system exist that would actually be able to offer asylum? And finally, you have to still establish a negotiated agreement. The fact that the administration pursued agreements and ultimately was not able to sign on the dotted line with Guatemala and Mexico, you can't announce an interim final rule. It's not just not legal and not within the framework that Congress smartly articulated. There's also no way to actually put it in place because you have countries that have been unwilling to actually take on that responsibility. And so that's where I just think that there are opportunities to have bipartisan conversations, because I will tell you, we operate in 39 states, some of the most red and some of the most blue, and there is agreement. There is a way for us to have a workable system in place.
I honestly wish we couldn't. I really wish we had the entire subcommittee on both sides of the aisle to be able to listen to you. I think one of the things that comes to my mind when I think about this is that if you start from the premise that immigration and immigrants are bad people, are trying to game a system, are trying to enter a country, you know, for your word is a whimsical reason, and that the tone that is set on the whole immigrant experience is so, in my view, I will use the word polluted. You know, I am the daughter of an immigrant family. My father came in 1913. And the immigrant experience oftentimes gets romanticized in our country. It has forever been a very difficult experience. And sometimes we lose track of the fact that we did have a government who said people could come from, first when they came, it was whether or not at Ellis Island, if you were physically all right, we embraced you. We embraced you. Then we went through a period of time when we didn't want people from southern Italy. We didn't want people from Eastern European countries, when we began to sift out who it was that we wanted to be here. And we can go through the history of immigration policy here. But we are at a time, and Tom, I just say to you, if you cannot have the whole experience for people or denigrate people who, for one reason or another, whether they were and now and in the past coming for economic reasons, they did. Why did my forebears come? They came for economic reasons. You know, I understand my grandmother cried when she came because it was so beautiful in Amalfi, Italy, and it wasn't quite as beautiful in the United States of America. Or they found that the roads were not paved with gold, but that they were going to have to pave the roads. They came with a hope and so forth. And people have that same hope and drive. And quite frankly, Tom, we do not have an environment, and that's not everyone. That's not everyone. But there are those who want to just characterize this experience and characterize the people who are coming, some out of desperation because we know that's the fact, and violence, etc., and trying to escape the violence, but that is a bad thing, and that's not something that is acceptable any longer in our country. And that we are going to have a militarized response to this. That sets a tone. It sets a tone. And I think it's incumbent upon us to reverse that tone. And when someone can say that the border separation policy was understandably knowing that if you took a child from a parent, that was going to create such heartbreak that would deter you from coming. That was at the basis of that policy. That's what we are trying to say is wrong, and that has to be corrected. And if that is corrected, then we maybe can look at the way we are dealing with people in an unmilitarized way, and in a way that says we have nurses and pediatricians and the kind of casework people that are needed in order to make this process work. Or that, you know, our own law says, port of entry, you can seek asylum anywhere in this country. You can come from anywhere to seek asylum. But we have so, bastardized that view and so forth of what we've done with it as to create a problem of metering or other pieces of legislation that turn this into such a tragic circumstances for people. You know, it is about resources. What are the kinds of legal services that we are providing for people? You know, we found out at Homestead, there are 13 to 17-year-old kids there. They read them, Know Your Rights. You know, I have a 15-year-old granddaughter, a 14-year-old granddaughter, a 12-year-old granddaughter and grandson. You said they take a manual and read them their rights. They don't know what they're listening to. Who is there to provide legal counsel for people to represent their interests? What are we doing about a child advocate program, of expanding a child advocate program? What are we doing about the services that we provide for post-release, you know, for these kids or for their families? That is the road that we ought to be investing in, instead of saying we need 5,000 more beds. We wouldn't need the beds if we are, and you know, we had a case management system, Tom. We did. It was working. 90% of the people were showing up for the hearings. 2016, that was ended. Let's think about, and you all, not us, we are political people, we do. We come from a different perspective, different spectrums, etc. You can be of such critical importance to influencing the kind of public policy that we can engage in. And if we can agree, you know, we have a lot of very reasonable people on both sides of the aisle, that I think if we had the kind of counsel that you all could provide, that we can initiate legislation that could help to make a difference. And I want to make a speech. There are lots of questions, but I think we're at the point of no longer any questions.
Can I add one point, Madam Chair?
You can add any point that you
Just one.
like.
We'll get an exact count of the reasonable people we have on the budget vote later this week.
You're here. You're here. You all know what I'm saying, when we can come together to do this, but it starts with a vision, it starts with a philosophy, it starts with a value system that says this is what we believe the United States of America should be about. We believe in that, you do. Thank you so much for staying as long as you did today and for your testimony, but more than anything else, for your determination, your commitment, and your compassion every single day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me formally close the hearing. Thank you.
I know, like, yeah. We should grab coffee or something. I imagine, I get the sense that you're also crisscrossing the country, but that would be wonderful. Because I know Denise was actually in Geneva.